Give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, pendant. Everything I do, I under 50 under. Me and be under. I know 50 understand. That's the way you do me, I under. I know 50 understand. All of my fans are busy violent. I don't mind, I pick it content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give you tips, I make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, pendant. Everything I do, I under. I know 50 under. We are never under. I know 50 understand. That's the way you do me, I under. I know 50 under. I know 50 understand. Under, I know 50 under. I know 50 understand. Under, I know 50 under.
A very warm welcome to our day 2 of the 2-day Africa leg of the PachiPanda Challenge. How are we feeling today? I mean, the energy of the music is high, but the energy of the participants seems to be a little bit lower. How are we feeling today? Eh? Can I just hear a thumbs up? Who's from Nigeria? Do you have our Nigeria team here? Oh, 1, 2. Okay, cool. You're not alone. Perfect. Cameroon. Zambia. South Africa. Okay, cool. Awesome. I think we've got the most important people in the room. I think without wasting any time, let me introduce myself to those who were not part of our masterclass yesterday before I introduce our judges. I am Asanda Nkungwana. I'm a senior manager at the MTN Group Sustainability team. I look after sustainable product development, and it is my pleasure to be emceeing this event today. And I look forward to not talking too much today, but rather to listen to your innovative ideas, as the judges are not really here to hear my voice, but rather to be excited by your innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give a run through for the day, today is the day where we're wanting to crown our 3rd place from the respective markets. The 2nd, as well as the ultimate PachiPanda finale winner. In essence, we've got the representation of the 4 markets. The person who received 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place from the respective markets, as well as, and the intention is to crown the Africa-wide 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. So essentially, this is should we call it a Dragon's Den? No, it's a knockoff. Yeah, it's a knockoff. So we'll have a round where all the guys that placed 3rd would compete against each other. The guys that place 2nd will compete against each other for the ultimate spot. Obviously, the results will be announced in the awards ceremony later. And vice versa, the guys who placed 1st in the respective countries would be competing. And that result will also be announced slightly later. And to do that difficult job, allow me to welcome our judges for today. Today, we are joined by Carl Derman. I hope I pronounced correctly. Good. Carl Derman is the head of sustainability for the First National Bank. You would have seen some of his colleagues yesterday during the masterclass. Thank you so much. Next to Carl, we've got Fungai Musuna, who is the WWF Zambia's Chief External Engagement Officer. Welcome. Next to Fungai, we've got our very own Miss Marina Madale, who is the MTN Group Executive for Sustainability and Shared Value. Welcome. Next to Marina, we've got Akansha, who joins us all the way from the GSMA, the London office. Akansha looks after, or she's the head of the Climate and Digital Utilities team at the GSMA. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to join us. Last but not least, we've got Gloria Kiondo, who is joining us from the UNDP, South Africa. She's the Deputy Resident Representative. A very warm welcome, Gloria. Okay. I think just to keep this fun and a little exciting, I've got a couple of questions prepared for you, judges. To introduce yourself. They didn't brief you that I do like walking up and down at the stage. Carl, quick question for you. What inspires you about eco-entrepreneurs?
I think it's the passion. I think it's the passion of making a difference. And we're at FNB, and personally, I'm also inspired by entrepreneurs in general. So combining the passion for change and making such a big impact and entrepreneurship in general, I think is just the perfect combination. So excited to be here and excited to see what everyone's got in hand for us.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to it. Fungai, you've seen this program grow from Zambia. What are you looking forward to most in experiencing from the Africa leg today?
So yeah, of course, like seen this grow, and that's great. But what we want to see is maybe spread beyond the 4 countries.
Yes.
I think let's grow the competition.
Yes.
We just want to be the #1 challenge for youth. So maybe in the next 2-3 years, we'd want to see 54 countries come and compete. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Awesome, thanks. Marina, you and I have had this conversation many a times, but I think historically, just general, it's an idea, but we've always seen climate environment as an agenda of the North, or rather a compliance agenda. But I know personally that you've never divorced it from social and economic. Today we are here. How do you feel, and what are you excited most about?
Thanks, Asanda. You're so right that one of the key things we've been always talking about is that, it's not an either or where climate and development is concerned. It's actually an and. And we've always spoken about this green economy and the potential it has to revitalize the economies in the countries we operate in. So what I'm excited about today is to really hear the amazing ideas. I think the youth holds the solutions to the challenges the continent is facing. So I can't wait to hear all the proposals today.
Thank you. Akansha, welcome once again. You've seen many innovations across different, call it, parts of the globe, developing as well as developed economies. What about Africa or African innovations, particularly in this space, excites you most, and what do you see to be the biggest potential?
So we've supported in Africa as well. We've supported the very early pay-as-you-go solar businesses, replicated that in water sector, in multiple sectors. What excites me the most in Africa is just the spirit of entrepreneurship. Like, there are so many countries, I mean, West African countries, for example, where it's in their culture to just hustle and build businesses, not something that comes naturally. I come from India, not something that comes naturally to some of us. So really, I think the whole spirit of entrepreneurship is what excites me the most. And what we've taken a lot of care as we've supported these entrepreneurs is that these innovations need to be local. I don't believe in innovations being incubated in the West and then transplanted in a country, in a soil where they utterly fail. So I think that is what I'm most excited about. You haven't even given me a list of the solutions that are going to be presented. So I'm very excited to really hear from everybody out here. Thank you.
Super. You'll be blown away. Gloria, what excites you most about today, and what are you looking forward to?
Coming from UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, our work is about supporting governments to achieve their national priorities as well as their sustainable development goals. What excites me the most in this space is, first of all, the partnerships that such events bring together, where you want to see the role of entrepreneurs, innovators, private sector, government to put in place a system that allows courageous young people to innovate and to bring solutions that address our global challenges in a very collective manner. I think there's a lot of talent across the continent, and this space brings innovators from 4 countries. But really, there's a lot of knowledge out there that we don't also know. And so this is exciting to learn from others, as well as to see the collegial and the partnerships that such events bring.
Super. Thank you so much, Gloria, and thank you so much, esteemed judges, and a very warm welcome, and best of luck with the job that you have to do in selecting the winners in each round. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think to our finalists, we'll go straight into it. Our next segment is, call it, the third winners battle round. I'll introduce each one of the winners. I won't do the justice of introducing your business, and I'll let you do the introduction of your innovation and the business. Essentially, Nigeria, the person who placed third was Ebenezer Otiti Onyandegu. I hope I did that justice. And you will be kicking us off today. After Ebenezer, we will have the winner the third place winner from South Africa, Keletso Lihoko. And then followed by that, we will introduce Cameroon. The third place winner there was Jean Blaise Seka. And then to round it off, it would be Zambia's third place winner, Samuel Mkadinawe. Please do accept my apologies in advance if I mispronounce your name, but maybe without wasting any time, if we could please welcome Ebenezer Otiti Onyandigwe.
Spend my money for your body, yo. Waste no time, girl. Money go yo. 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 Drop my money, girl. Carry go. Waste no time, girl. My do. Why for me make us spray on you? My do.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebenezer Otitochukwu Anyadiegu. I represent Team Sparkwise Initiative working on household appliances innovation, powered by solar and biogas energy solution, also known as Waste to Clean Energy Innovation. Next slide. Next slide. Jumping one slide. Okay, the big problem. In today's world, climate change and environmental degradation pose significant challenges, especially in underserved communities and societies. The critical challenge that is there is energy access, where millions in Nigeria, about 75%, face unreliable electricity, affecting household needs and quality of life, according to World Bank. Cooking pollution, you see that pollution, over 100 Nigerians' lives are lost annually due to indoor and outdoor air pollution, according to World Health Organization. LASEPA says, which is Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, it says that 22,500 out of 30,000 children died of indoor pollution in 2021 alone. Waste crisis. Growing plastic, electronic, and organic waste threatens ecosystem. As you can see in the picture here, the case study is in other community, which is our community, where we face challenges. Over 80 households lack access to reliable electricity in our community, as you can see in the background of this particular picture. 85% of children do not have clean energy for reading and studying at night. 75% of households rely on kerosene and the indoor other clean energy solutions, contributing to indoor air pollution. The area generates large volume of unmanaged wastes, and this creates environmental challenges in our community. Business depends heavily on petroleum-powered generators, increasing carbon emission and economic strain. Our solution, solar-powered household appliances, where we train students and some youth, we gather plastic and electronic waste in our community, which is other that is mostly affected, and we propose them to produce solar-powered household appliances. Next one is biogas. We use animal and cow dungs as far as organic waste and produce biogas for green cooking in order to reduce pollution in our environment, cutting of trees and firewood for cooking. And we repair damaged appliances and give them a second life. As you can see, the innovators doing it here. SDG alignments. Our innovation aligns with several sustainable development goals, just as SDG 4, 7, 9, 12, and 13. As you can see, our community members testifying the impact of our innovation in the community so far. Market opportunity, energy demand. 75 million Nigerians need reliable and affordable energy for daily use. Eco-friendly cooking. Biogas technology is rapidly growing. So many households seek alternatives to firewood and kerosene use according to Ally Market Research. Now, circular economy. It is understood that globally only 17.4% of electronic and electronic waste is being recycled, according to United Nations. This highlighting an opportunity to capture value from discarded resources. Blackout in other community. Our community, which is other, that you can see that there's a total blackout for many months or years. There's no electricity. They cherish this innovation because they use our products to see, students use it to read at night. As you can see here, our innovation so far. Sustainability plan. Our plan is to generate revenue through our sales of appliances, our biogas, as well as what? As well as a trend of eco ambassadors or students who will carry on this particular project to the next level. We also plan our scalable model to make it to be replicated in other communities and other societies, because we have gone to other communities to replicate it. As well as a community and the partnership. We collaborate with environmental specialists and the community stakeholders, as well as a Tunde Bengloba environmental energy company in our society. Also, we have other communities we collaborate with. Financials. We have $20 monthly is what we want our monthly revenue for 20% month-over-month growth. The average cost of our product is $2, and also repairing is only for $1. And the funding us is just $5,000 to scale the initiative. And our revenue, we expected that the annual revenue is $12,000 with 40% year-over-year growth in this our sustainable innovation business. You can see our products and our young innovators in our Sparkwise Tech Hub, where they are doing the great innovation. Competitors, it is obvious that in Nigeria, Sun King is our competitor, and globally we have the Light and the Green Light Planet as a competitor. But we have a great competitive advantage in the sense that our product is superior, it's affordable, it's reliable, and also easy of use. It is made from discarded waste. 90% of recyclable waste, even though after use, you can still recycle it for the next one. Then our funding as continues, where we break it down. That for a product and equipment will take 40%, and our STEM training and resources will take 20%. Community outreach and expansion will take 15%. Manpower and operation support is 15%. Then branding and market entry 10%. You can see our erudite team. This is my very self as the CEO and the founder of this initiative, Ebenezer Degu, and my co-partner, which is Julius Oluwaleke, the branded young innovators, is the manager of operation and production. Omowolike Aboyele is the manager of youth engagement and training, and Peter Olaiwala is the student youth innovator. We have gone to about 5 schools and 5 communities, and we have trained over 20,000 students in these communities. Now, this is a track record of our videos and our reports and the testimonies from communities, stakeholders, and others. Now, there's a video that is attached to this. There's a video that is attached to this. Please, the technical team. There's a video that is attached to this. Okay. Yes. It's on the listen. Can you click one of the links? That place the solar blender. Look at the links there. Yeah. That place they said you can see the first one. Vegetable blender and the rechargeable lantern. Any of them? So in the video that's supposed to be played is our young innovators, which is the students in the Iguodala High School, where they are sharing the impact of our innovation in the community. The testimony of about 5 stakeholders, 2 parents that came testifying that our product is what makes their students to read at night and pass the examinations. Because for many months or even years, they have not seen any particular break light of electricity, and our innovation in that particular community has made them to have our solar-powered appliances. As you can see, this is discarded electronics, which we innovated and repaired and make this our new product. It's not bought in the market. It is locally made by us. where when you switch it, this one goes, next one, this one goes, this one goes. We made this thing since 2024. We have many of them, which with the trained students, this is powered by solar. They use it to read at night, and also we have been using it. And we can charge it with wall socket, and it is still effective. And this is vegetable blender. This is supposed to be shown. This was to be shown in the video. In this particular vegetable blender, the student made this so that what? So that when you use it, we use it to grind. I use it to grind pepper and the vegetable. It is in that video. Just that what? Just that motor and other things, the battery and other things fell off. And all those things, what is amusing is what? All these innovations are powered by solar, and it has dual usage, where you can also use adapter and charge it in the wall socket, and it's also used when there is no sun. For instance, I came with them here, and I came with adapter, I came with solar. Sometimes I go outside and charge it. When there's no sun, I use adapter and charge it in the wall socket. And this is our fans. We have our torchlight and many other innovations that is going on. One amusing thing is, it's not only me, we're a team. We have thousands of students that are carrying this innovation to many communities in Ogun State, Nigeria. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ebenezer. That was insightful. Whilst Keleto makes her way to the stage, maybe just to all contestants, there is a timer that's right here. So in the spirit of fairness, you all have 20 minutes. So it counts you down from 20 minutes. When you see it get to 10, try to wrap up as much as possible. But yes, Keleto, please make your way up.
We don't ask questions. No questions?
What is the digital component they play? Is there a digital component to it? No app. There's no app or digital component to it.
Sorry about that little mishap. If you could just stand right here. We'll take a few of the judges' questions, and we'll most probably allocate an additional 10 minutes for that here.
Can I go first? That's okay. What's the digital component in your product?
You say?
What is the digital part of your product?
Okay, the digital part of our project is we incorporate STEM education. We use solar and repairing techniques, where we innovate a kind of a vegetable blender, as you can see there, rechargeable lanterns, fans from waste. That is what we call waste to clean energy. And those particular waste that litters the environment in our communities, we gather it. Some of the villagers help us to gather it, and the one we use, we repurpose it and reshape it to innovate these appliances. And then those electronic waste now discarded is what we use some of their parts and use it to innovate the different parts of these electronics. And some of this, like this one now, is discarded this panel. We pick it and repaired it, and we now integrate it into our innovation, where those particular things now serves the community, where you have hot weather. Students have their own fans they use to freshen themselves. They have their own solar-made torch lights and the blenders and other things they use to read primary, which is the major challenge in our village, in the community, which they use, and they pass examinations, and they are doing great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So mine, I just want to go back to your math on the revenues. So you said you have a month-on-month growth of 20%. Is that correct? And your profit is 50%?
Yeah.
And you're asking for 5,000. Okay. For such look, we are talking about a project that has an annualized return of about 240%. That sounds very high. And it makes me ask, why would you be asking for 5,000 when you've got such returns? Because you're already in revenue. So maybe you can explain that to me.
Okay, what I was explaining is that, provided that we have a kind of irrespective that it's a project that initiated from the school, because I'm an educator, finding the particular challenge in my school, in my rural community. So we and my team, we started a kind of leveraging what we have to create a solution, because we are posted there and we decided for many years to solve this particular challenge with students. Now, it is spread in the community in the sense that what neighboring schools and neighboring communities are inviting us. So we have conquered the community, going to other communities to do the campaign and the sustainability innovations and training. So based on the scope of the large we have already covered, so we need more expansion. But presently, because it has not been a kind of a fully launched business, so what we do is just like a school enterprise. Some of the teachers and the community members, they bring their damaged electronics, we repair it, students as well, those who train, repair it, and they receive token in return. As well as what? As well as some of our little products, as small as this may be, can serve what? Can serve purpose that many communities came and begin to thank us because what? Because they cannot afford big money to buy solar lights. But some of these ones is what they use. So little income that we make is what is serving. But if we receive, irrespective that our revenue may be too small, but if we have more support, those particular bigger markets of many schools and many communities we have conquered, it will help us to spread our tentacles and also boosting our revenue. Thank you.
Okay, are you for profit or not for profit? Okay, why I ask, I think there's a lot of, there's a combination of NGO language and also private sector language. So I'm a bit confused where you stand.
It's not that it's NGO, but the only thing that is there, it's for profit, but in terms of that profit, the price is affordable, which renders some distance. Even as its price is affordable, there are some other training and other distance we give to the community to remedy their situation. So it's a profit. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that. So, who is your target market
Oh,
in this
Okay.
initiative?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't in the slide, but because of this was shifting. Our target market is students, youths, community, and women in the community, as well as some NGOs. Those that say that they want to help some rural communities, but they need some of these solar lights or nothing to touch them. So we leverage on these particular youths that are yearning to have a kind of a sukkah to read, because they use hurricane lamps and other ones, which leads to communities cutting down their trees for firewood and also to have access of this. So those particular youths and women in the community that need to cook at night, they normally come requesting for repairing and buying this, so that they will go to see at night while cooking and preparing meals for their husbands and other people. So those women in the communities and the youths, as well as students in other schools that are yearning to see and read at night, they are our target audience.
Okay. Can I follow up?
Okay.
In your introduction, you mentioned challenges of indoor pollution and some deaths associated with that. So what is the environmental impact of your solution?
Okay.
Linking it to the problem statement.
Okay,
that
very
you
good.
shared. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice question. So in this now, depending, because of what? Because our project, as I said, is made of a household appliance innovation powered by solar and biogas energy solution. In our community, they leverage on what? There's no street you go without seeing huge firewood for cooking or for frying gari and other distance. And our trees are depleting because they cut it always for this thing. Then we introduce biogas. The biogas is we use cow dungs and animal waste in the community and produce biogas for green cooking. I can tell you now that at least 1 out of every 10 communities now, many of them are running into biogas to cooking. It will reduce carbon footprint and the gaseous emission. And you can see as well that some of the waste in our community now are getting reduced, because some of this plastic waste is what we use to make these torchlights. We use to recycle and some other electronics. The remnants of the ones we cut off from our innovation, we pack it and recycle it with our partner. Those that do crushing and the belling, they come and buy it from us, and we integrate the revenue into our innovation as well to scale the initiative. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ebenezer. Much appreciated. Judges, if we are happy, we'll move on to the next candidate, the third place winner from South Africa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if we may welcome Keletso Lehoko. Round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelotsolo Hoko, and I'm a multidisciplinary designer and innovator based in Mafikeng, South Africa. And I'm the co-founder of the Red Bin Initiative Africa, which is a startup that intends to streamline the waste management industry by community engagements and digital technology tools. So in South Africa, we produce 41% of plastic waste per capita. That is per person per annum, and this is higher than the global average of 29% per capita. We have a weak and strained waste management system that is supported by a growing yet marginalized informal waste sector. And moreover, 90% of recyclable waste ends up in landfills because waste is not sorted in the homes, and there is no waste services in rural and informal areas. And as a result, consequentially, landfills are overflowing because they are mismanaged. To mitigate these issues, BIN presents a threefold business model. That is a family of digital technology platforms. One is our household user app that users in households can use to recycle their waste, commit their recycling for an incentive, as well as a waste collector app that our informal waste pickers can use, or a USSD platform that they can use to collect the waste, their bins from the households. And then we have a bin sorting control panel, which is a dashboard at our remote sorting facilities, as well as a bin flow partner portal that is API integrated for our partner recyclers. So with our remote sorting facilities, these are facilities in remote communities, standalone communities that are condition controlled to store waste instead of stockpiling it for longer periods. And we have contamination control protocols, as well as smart batch flows with AI integration. And then with our larger ecosystem, we have real-time material tracking, meaning you can track the materials that you want to produce, the kind of recyclate you want to produce from the time it leaves the household until the pellets, for example, are created. And then we have a green score system that companies can use for their ESG ratings, for example, and we plan to integrate that into a blockchain at a later stage. And this is advantageous because the recycled materials can be optimized for a high yield processing material. So you can imagine your plastic bottle one day being used to make the interior of a Mercedes-Benz vehicle. So our value proposition, currently in the market, there's two companies that have a similar business model to ours, and that is Pick It Up with Johannesburg, because they have mandated sorting at the source. However, they're not incentivizing households, as well as Imagined Earth, which is a company that has stationed RVM machines, reverse vending machines, in selected stores where you can take your recyclable material and then put it in there, and then you get a voucher back. So what we offer instead is we follow the waste in the households because that's where the bulk of waste that is ending up in landfills is produced. And then we integrate informal waste pickers into the mainstream waste management value chain. So they won't need to now go into landfills, dumping sites, and scratching dustbins to recover recyclables. And we are building, therefore, a bridge of trust and working together to scale up their impact possibly. And then with our clean stream innovation, we intend to treat waste as a very important resource. So we are minimizing contamination. And so when you use our app, the only thing that we require from our users is that, one, you rinse maybe your bottle of juice, and then you put it in a waste bag, right? And then once it's filled for the week, and then you can schedule an on-demand collection, which will prompt a nearby waste picker to pick up the waste and then drop it at our sorting facility, where it will be further processed and prepared and then taken to a recycling site. So this technology, it makes use of a QR code sticker and just a normal plastic bag. So we're not exactly disrupting the way things already work in homes. Regarding how we manage our waste. So when the waste picker gets there, they scan the QR code, and then the data is then loaded into the digital systems where you can track it until it ends up being recycled, and then you get you get your incentives, that is in monetary value, points, and vouchers and things like that, or products from our partner brands in your virtual wallet. And then with the waste collector app, this is going to help them to optimize their routes. So maybe we could be seeing less of them pushing their trolleys in highways and in busy roads, right? So, and also we give them more addresses where they can go and collect recyclables. So we have a cooperation between the community and the waste pickers. And then they also get their performance-based rewards also alongside their monetary rewards for their recycling efforts and the equivalent of the amount of recyclables that they collect. With our control panel, this is going to help us to monitor the inventory in our facility, as well as to schedule the exports where we make use of existing logistics in a sort of a cold chain to move waste through the different stakeholders. And then we build partnerships with companies like Impact Recycling and Petco and Coca-Cola, for example, so that we can loop their bottles for them. And then with our partner portal, this is an inventory monitoring system that they can use to track the type of recycled material that is produced, and yeah, so basically get the analytics, the data for all the types of waste that they get from our collectors. So during our MVP phase, we launched a WhatsApp community to test our solution for viability and feasibility with one use case that is just the households, because our customer segments are varied. After households, we want to work with small businesses, community centers, shopping complexes where we can station our bins, and also the taxi ranks where in a taxi you just put your waste there in a bag. So we piloted it with 20 households, 10 in Mafikeng and 10 in Durban with one of my partners in the Escawini area of Richards Bay. And we partnered with 7 waste pickers. So what we saw is that when the waste was treated in a, was preserved in a sense, less contaminants, they were able to sell it for a higher value, because some of the waste pickers feel like they're being cheated when they take waste that is contaminated or is not in such a good condition. So the pricing in the buyback markets, we found out that they're actually influenced by the quality of the waste. So we believe that by leveraging a system that preserves waste, then we can actually see a higher monetary value or output for recyclable materials. So these are our revenue streams. On our app, we're going to have a dedicated ad space where companies that provide alternative or green alternatives to market standard products can advertise their products, and then environmental activists, businesses, and green campaigns also can advertise their projects. We also have a Projects Near Me feature on the app, where if you want to participate, for example, in a beach cleanup, you can do so, or if you want to participate in a dumping site cleanup, you can do so, and then the municipality will incentivize the participants or the community to do their own cleaning. To launch to market, we are looking for so the next thing to do, we want to establish our one remote sorting facility, because we can't exactly scale up our impact unless we have a place to store all the waste that we are going to collect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rekeletso. Just under your 10 minutes. You gave us 1 minute to spare, but we will go straight to question and answers. We've got about 10 minutes for question and answers, judges. Any questions for Keletso?
Thank you very much for your presentation. The question I had, you didn't speak a lot about the offtake, who takes on that waste. You described a little bit, that the quality of the products, the waste is cleaned. and they got a higher value, but who's the off taker within your ecosystem, and how do you ensure that the value they're going to get from these off takers will be higher than the current situation that waste pickers have in South Africa?
Okay, so for our offtake, we're going to partner with local recycling plants, okay, to sell them our waste, basically. So in partnering with them, then we have an agreement because they have schedules where they request for a type of material also based on their markets and who they need to sell to.
And then just the last question, who's your target market? And what's their demographics, and why would they choose your application?
So our target markets, we are looking to launch first in rural areas because waste removal services are not provided there, as well as informal settlements. But for the app, when we scale up our operations, we're looking to target middle income households, and the users, because our app is gamified, our platform is gamified, the users will probably be youth under 35 and children.
Thank you.
And maybe a question from me, just in terms of your subscription and actually the value proposition as a whole. I mean, maybe just take us through the thinking of a subscription model. I see it's once off. And then in terms of, kind of how the users earn rewards, I mean, just chat to that value proposition of your households that are using the app.
Okay, so for a subscription model, it's 30 Rand, the minimum for households, and that is once off. And that is because we onboard you onto our systems. We also are going to provide plastic bags per week for you to separate to put your waste, and the QR code stickers. And then the idea is that the next collection will be paid for by a percentage of whatever the value of your recyclable materials will be. And then the second question, sorry.
Yeah, just so effectively, can a user then earn more than their subscription? Yeah, so that's kind of the incentive.
Yes, so the idea when we market this platform is in a week you'd be able to buy 2 loaves of bread with the monetary incentives from the platform.
Yeah, maybe I could ask one. So I think I'm looking at the numbers as well. So how much quantity of waste do you need for you to break even? Oh, yeah, I have seen that you're asking for 300,000 rands. How much waste do you need to collect or using your app as an intermediary for you to reach that number?
Okay, so for a pilot phase, our KPIs would be 5 tons or 50 tons of waste for 6 months.
And that's something you can get from the rural areas you're targeting. Because I think what I see is that there's a lot more waste in the urban, and this is where this app could actually work very well. But I'm also listening to you that you are targeting the rural areas. Where I come from, there's very little use of apps in the rural areas, but you find that it'll be a bit more in the urban. So I think there's that mismatch. I don't know how you're correcting that.
Yes, so I think for now, to test out the feasibility and viability, we would work with communities where waste removal is not provided, but at a later stage, then, like I said, middle income households that would be in the urban areas for the app. Yes.
Yeah, my question, I think Marina and Fungai both touched on it. It's the same thing, just the target market and what you're expecting that target market to do. So if your target market is going to be these low-income customers, what's their digital skill set? Are they able to interact with the app? Secondly, will they be paying? What's the current status? You're saying that waste removal isn't available, but they must be doing something, right? If you are providing them with this and charging them for it, why should they choose you versus keep going on with the existing methods. So that's one question. I think it's something that you've got to think a bit more about. The second one is, what are you doing for the capacity building to just know what to do with, in terms of cleaning the products, because that is where the behavioral change doesn't seem to happen very quickly.
Okay, so for your first question, that is something to think about. And I'll just answer the second question. So on the app, there is an extensive visual recycling guide. So it will guide the user on how to prepare their waste. So that will sort of inspire the behavioral change. Also.
Got it. Okay.
Questions from the judges? Happy? Thank you so much, Kalita. That was great. Give a hands of applause. Super. We are now going to welcome the third place winner from Cameroon. I memorized the name, but I need to go back to it. Jean Blaise. There we go. Welcome, Jean. This is how you move your slides. You just press here to move your slides. Best of luck.
Members of the jury, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow participants, I greet you all. Seka Jean Blaise is my name, coming all the way from Cameroon. I'm going to be presenting to you Y School, a solar-powered refrigeration system bridging the healthcare gap in Cameroon through solar technology and digital technology. Did you know that 50% of drugs get bad globally every year, partly due to lack of temperature control? And did you know that over 600 million Africans cannot access quality healthcare due to limited access to electricity? And in Cameroon, my beloved country, 9,000 communities out of 13,104 do not have access to electricity, according to the Cameroon Ministry of Water and Energy. Limited access to electricity limits the ability of healthcare providers to provide vital medications, such as insulins, antibiotics, and vaccines, which require a constant refrigeration of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius to maintain their potency. Growing up in a Tukebe community with my family, I've witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of limited access to clean energy on healthcare delivery. I'm constantly reminded of my mom's predicament. She had an accident in October 13, 2023. A car knocked her down and ran away, leaving her only to the mercy of death. I watched my mom bleed as blood oozed out from her fractured leg. But the only health center in my community, Semino Health Center, was out of vital medications due to power outages. I felt the weight of despair as I had to travel several miles to get drugs to save my mom's life. Untimely delivery of drugs and power outages occurring during my mom's surgery had caused my mother to be handicapped till death. A lot of people in Cameroon and Africa suffer from similar situations. A lot of people die before they get to reach the hospital. This has instilled in me a strong passion for healthcare delivery for rural communities. This made me to switch from my childhood dream of becoming a politician to develop my country, to becoming a clean energy entrepreneur to bridge the healthcare gap in my community. I started learning about solar technology, and this has led to Y School. Y School is a solar-powered refrigeration system that extends the shelf life of temperature-sensitive drugs from a single day to over 365 days, ensuring continuous access to vital medications for communities without electricity. Our units are equipped with Internet of Things sensors that ensures remote monitoring of temperatures, humidity, and energy consumption. This enables local healthcare providers to save up to 50% in healthcare costs and 80% in energy costs. Our units are further complemented by Wise App, a telemedicine platform that bridges the healthcare gap by linking our patients with doctors, easing remote consultations and follow-up. A very, very suitable solution that can fit in any community in Africa. But how does this work? The first thing is that health centers partner with the Wise, and then now we provide them with a customizable cool storage unit that meet their energy needs and their storage needs. After providing them with a cool storage, we actually provide a wise tele platform, that is our telemedicine platform, to ease remote consultations and follow-up. And this reduced drug spoilage, reduced healthcare costs, and reduced mortality rates. So what is our value proposition? We have a lot of value propositions, but our main value proposition is 365 days medication storage in off-grid communities, reducing drug spoilage by 99%. And also our units are customized to meet the needs of every health center regardless of their geography and their size. And we also reduce costs for health centers by 50% and energy costs by 80%. So what is our competitive advantage? At the moment, School is the only solution in Africa that is providing solar power refrigeration system for healthcare providers and telemedicine platform at the same time. Thus, we provide a dual benefit. And our units are also cost effective, and we also provide data insights. That is, our Internet of Things sensors provide real-time data for monitoring, for management of the system, and also for maintenance. What are the socioeconomic impacts of School? We have a lot of solutions, but I'm just going to dwell on 3 because of time. The first one is quality healthcare for rural communities. At the moment, our 5 kilowatt system, which we have installed in Seminole Health Center, is enhancing access to healthcare for 3,000 inhabitants in my community. That is the health center where my mom had the accident and people could not access quality healthcare. 3 people of my community are able to access healthcare at this moment. And this is helping Seminole to save up to 50% in healthcare costs and helping them to save up to 80% in energy costs. At the moment, we are offsetting 62 kilograms of carbon dioxide per day, and this is equivalent to 22 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. We are contributing to several sustainable development goals of the United Nations, and we are also contributing to Cameroon emergent goal of 2025 and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So what is our market size? At the moment, we are piloted with Seminole Hospital as seen, and we are targeting 9,000 rural communities in Cameroon without access to electricity. We envision installing 100 of these cool storage units in 100 selected communities in Cameroon by 2030, which will enable us to enhance access to quality health care for 1 million Cameroonians and offset 2,200 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. So our business model is very, very simple. We operate with a B2B business model where we partner with local healthcare providers to provide them with a cool storage unit. They can pay upfront or they can just pay monthly, depending on their revenue streams. If they can't pay, if you are paying, at the moment you have a promotion where you pay just $8,500 instead of the $10,000 for a $8,000 system. So we have a pay-as-you-store model, that is you pay gradually but surely. So we have our investment highlight. At the moment, we are seeking $100,000 investment to actually scale this solution to 10 selected communities in Cameroon. And this is how the revenue is going to be used accordingly. And so this is our financial projections for the next 3 years. We hope that by the year 2027, we would have had, expanded to 10 communities in Cameroon and be making at least, we will have made $40,000 in revenue. And so for our traction, we have had $25,000 commitment for people who are willing to support us. And we are also one of the 35 selected delegates from over 57,000 delegates to participate in the IRENA program in Abu Dhabi as an innovator. They also recognize our innovation as Young Global Changers this year in Germany. And we are also a Total Energy Startup, top 15 startups in Cameroon last year. And so this is our roadmap from 2025 to 2030. We hope that from now till 2027, we hope to scale to 10 communities, which is what we're actually here for now. We also hope that from 2027 to 2030, we should have installed in 100 communities in Cameroon. And from 2030 to 2035, we hope to scale to other regions of Africa. So our team is comprised of both males and females alike. My humble self as the lead, and then we have a combined experience of 25 years, as seen in the presentation. We know that the only thing we have is life. If you lose everything and we have your life, you have everything. But if you have everything and you lost your life, you lost everything. Ladies and gentlemen, Join us, let us leverage the potential of digital technology and clean energy to ensure that everyone has access to quality healthcare regardless of their background. Let us ensure that access to quality healthcare is a human right that it is and not a privilege. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you in the possible minutes.
Super. Thank you so much, Jean. That was a very well delivered presentation. We will just cross over to our judges. We've got about 10 minutes for your Q&A in any order. Shall we start with yourself, Marina? Yes.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation and your solution. I just wanted to understand your target market a little bit better. Is this intended, because you've got a subscription-based model, is this intended to have, is the government of Cameroon intended to be one of the customers for this? What role would government have? The Department of Health? And what role would NGOs and others working in the health sector have? So just unpack your target audience a little bit, and then how these kind of stakeholder groups interact with that target market.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so for the target market, we are targeting 9,000 rural communities in Cameroon without access to electricity. And at the moment, we have already piloted in my community, which doesn't have continuous access to electricity. And we are looking forward to scaling to 10 communities by 2027, 100 communities by 2030, and scaling to Africa by 2035. So that's our roadmap, and that's our target market. As seen from my presentation, if you are looking at the continental level, over 500 million Africans doesn't have access to electricity, according to the World Bank Group. So
Just a follow-up question. Who are you selling your solution to?
We are selling our solution mainly to healthcare providers, health centers.
Private companies, NGOs, government, what kind of health care providers?
Like in Cameroon, healthcare is actually both private and public.
Okay.
And at the moment, we have an endorsement from the Cameroon Ministry of Water and Energy to actually expand the solution to other regions of Cameroon. We actually visited them and presented the solution, and they're ready to support us. They've given us like the authorization to go through.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. My question relates to the existing structures in the healthcare where vaccines are stored and moved towards healthcare facilities through what they call a cold chain system, which works even in the last mile to reach the newborns and under fives and those who need to be vaccinated without compromising the quality of the vaccine. Have you looked at how your proposed solution can leverage on this existing cold chain system to amplify the impact of your solution, and where there's areas that you can, co-create something that can work? Because the cold chain system has been working across very rural areas to allow for potency of the vaccines to be maintained, and you are handling managing the potency of medicines in the rural communities. Have you looked at that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Like when I was presenting, I said 50% of the drugs get bad every year, partly due to lack of temperature control, and most of this happens also along the supply chain, that is to the various communities. But in Cameroon, the governments provide these drugs. They have like these cars that actually provide the drugs to the communities. But the main problem now in the communities is storage, which is what we are addressing. The main solution for storage of these drugs is these generators, which emit carbon dioxide, and they also use like these ice packs, which are not very sustainable. But in the long run, as we are scaling, we are looking forward to maybe getting our own vehicles that will actually transport the drugs. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may follow up, please. So what you are saying, and I think my point was, given the old technology that exists and new technology that you are presenting, my recommendation is that you could use that to expand your market, not only to the 10 communities or the healthcare facilities, but also to the cold chain system that looks at the whole vaccination system that is in the broader, ecosystem. Basically, I'm trying to give you a larger market to look at how you can use this in that space.
Thank you so much for the contribution and the insights. We definitely incorporate it into our solution. Thank you so much.
Then maybe just one question. I just want to get a sense of the telemedicine platform and the thinking of the telemedicine platform and how it ties in to the medicine storage. I just take me through that, please.
All right. Thank you so much. Our main solution is actually the cold storage unit. Telemedicine platform is like an added advantage because like actually in the rural communities, let me say the healthcare system is actually centralized in such a way that a lot of people cannot actually reach the health center on time or they have to travel like miles to actually get to the health center. So the telemedicine platform now, and most communities in Cameroon are actually evolved, at least a household have an Android phone. So they can actually subscribe. So with the telemedicine platform now, you just can consult and say that this is a problem. Before you reach the hospital, they've actually prescribed the medications. And when you go home, you don't have to come back to the health center, which is very, very far every time to access healthcare. You just do remote follow-ups, which actually helps you bridge the healthcare gap.
Okay, and then maybe just a follow-up, just your thinking on why you're offering a subscription instead of outright sale, just in choosing the finance mechanism.
Yeah, sure. The thing is, let me say, most communities in Cameroon cannot afford the system, let me say, at a single time. So actually provide them with the flexibility of actually paying, let me say, as a store, so that when they can pay for a longer period of time and actually be able to own the system themselves.
Yeah, maybe just last question, a question as well. So you're dealing with something very sensitive, medicine. Are you regulated?
Yeah, like I said earlier, we actually approached the Cameroon Ministry of Water and Energy with our solution. And we also have, let me say, medical doctors. The ministry actually approved the solution, and we're working also with medical doctors. For me personally, I'm not a healthcare personnel. I'm just an entrepreneur, but I work with diverse mindsets and with diverse people to actually achieve a shared goal. So we have a diverse team, and I believe we are up to the task.
So in essence, you are taking the risk for anything that can go wrong? Is that the position?
We're actually incorporated, so the risk is on the organization, not me.
Okay,
we are registered.
Okay, no, thank you very much. That's a beautiful answer, I must say.
Thank you.
So you've got limited liability to a point of where you're registered.
Yes, we are registered.
Yes, okay. Now, my worry is in an event that they breach that veil, right? Because you are selling to us that one, you're extending the shelf life of the essential drugs, and a lot more can happen. So I think there's a lot more risk you're carrying by dealing this. And this is why I'm asking whether you are regulated, because that then saves you from some of these risks that you carry.
Yes, we have actually been approved by the Ministry of Energy, but we are currently in terms with the Ministry of Health. That's where we have not finalized terms, but the Ministry of Energy have actually approved our solution. But we are looking forward to getting all the necessary licenses before expanding to those 10 communities.
Yeah, no, that would be great, because like where I come from, you need to register with the Ministry of Health and not necessarily Energy. So I suspect it could be the same with Cameroon.
Sure.
Yeah.
We work on that definitely, so thank you.
Any other questions, judges? We happy? Thank you so much, Jean.
Judges, thank you so much for your valuable insights and for your questions. I'll actually incorporate what you have said. Thank you so much.
Super, thank you, Makusa. Will we give Jean a round of applause? Super. Our final entrant in the third round is from Zambia, the Zambian third place winner. Let's please welcome Samuel Mkandanwire.
Content music.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, have you ever woken up one day preparing for work, but you can't iron your clothes because you don't have power? Or rather, you're trying to make a cup of coffee, but you can't get it done? Well, this is a common problem that most of African countries are facing, the load shedding. And specifically in our country, due to droughts that were hit by Zambia in 2022, since we had to depend on hydropower, we could not get things done because there was too much load shedding. And this affected at least 80% of the population. And we saw the decrease in the GDP growth from 2022 to 2023. But as Micro Lassan, what did we do in order for us to combat this? Well, we decided to come up with a solution. This is the development of piezoelectric towers that generates electricity from the steps that we make each and every day, harnessing the power of vibration in order for us to produce electricity. Now, how does this piezoelectric tower work? Well, it uses the metal capabilities of producing electricity once it is strained, and the more pressure applied to it, the more electricity is produced. What is current on the market in Africa? Apparently, there's at least $40 billion dedicated in the green and clean energy in order for us to combat these challenges that we face in Africa. And as Micro Lassan Green Tech, we're expecting at least to have a share of $9 billion in this market. Who are our competitors? Well, we all know Pevgen. Pevgen is a UK-based company that produces the similar electric towers, but for them, they use electromagnetic in order for them to make those towers. We also have got M-Copper. They produce pay-as-you-go solar panels for the home utensils. We also have got MySol, which is widely used in Zambia. They also have home systems for solars. They also use pay-as-you-go. Who is our target market? Well, for these piezoelectric towers, we're looking at the homes. Users like you and I are going to be using these electric towers. We're also looking at the marketplaces, the highly density populated. We know that most in the cities we've got abundance of population working in markets. But what if we can harness those steps that are made each and every day in order for us to produce sustainable energy? We're also looking at urban infrastructures like this company. Imagine installing these piezoelectric towers in this building, and each and every step that we make, we are producing electricity besides having the solar panels. In this case, like today, we don't have good weather and it's dark, so the solars can't function properly. What are the benefits and features of these piezoelectric towers that we're producing as Micro Lassan Green Tech? Well, we're looking at enable continuous generation of power. So we know that each and every day people are making works. Well, we know that people are working and people are working, and we know that it is possible for us to continuously generate electricity. We're also looking at communities coming together. Imagine we make these electric towers in Durban, but then someone from Johannesburg is able to benefit from these towers generating electricity, or rather someone from Cape Town is also able to generate, to benefit from these electric towers. What is our competitive advantage? Well, we all know the weather independent, just like I mentioned earlier on. Today, the weather is not so good, such that we don't have the sunlight, but how can we be able to generate that? Therefore, our towers are going to be weather independent. Seamless integration. Well, these towers will not only focus in the smart cities, just like other competitors do implement them in smart cities. For us, it can be implemented anywhere, whether in the rural, urban, or commercial places. We're also looking at the maintenance. We all know that magnets lose their magnetic power as time goes by. But with piezo materials, the more strain you give it, the more power it generates. First move advantage. Well, it is fortunate but that currently the whole world, or rather in Africa, there's no company that is making these green towers using piezo sensors. Our revenue model. Well, we've structured our model in such a way that the prices are going to be ranging from $50 to $150 for 3 different models. And we're looking at both the business to business and the business to consumer model. And we're expecting at least in the next 3 years to have an income of $60,000 for the home model. For the commercial, looking at also the $60,000 as well as for the industrial, the $43,000 USD. What are the pricing tiers? Well, the 3 models include the home towers, the commercial and the industrial. These are going to be implemented in different areas. So for the home towers, they'll be implemented in households where we live in, where we can harness our everyday work in order for us to generate electricity. We're looking at the commercial towers. These are going to be implemented in places, urban areas like offices or any other infrastructures that are in the urban areas. At the industrial towers, we're targeting the roads. We all know that sometimes, not sometimes, every time there's always traffic in the roads. But what if we can harness that traffic in order for us to generate sustainable energy for us to continue enjoying our lighting? What are our milestones? Well, so far so good. We've made a proof of concept. We all know that piezo materials produce electricity once they're strained. We also had an idea exposition with PachiPanda Zambia, where we managed to get at least the 3rd position, and also the development of the 3 model, and also looking at improving the existing model that is there. We are currently asking for $5,000 in order for us to enhance further this model and also identify the pilot sightings where we can implement this. We're also looking at engaging stakeholders as well as expertise in order for us to explore this clean and green energy that we're about to introduce into the market of Africa. This is our financial breakdown. We're looking at allocating at least $2,000 to the pilot installation on the sites that we're going to identify. Also looking at allocating another $2,000 in the refining the prototype that is already existing. And we all know that along our journey, we might have unexpected costs that may arise, and therefore we've dedicated a sum to that. Well, this is the team. I'm the CEO. Mukandere Samu. We also have got Mr. Mango, who is our financial officer, as well as Grace, who is the technical.
Me, Lathan Green Tech. A revolutionary piezoelectric tile that harnesses footsteps and vibrations to generate electricity. It transforms mechanical energy into sustainable power. How it works. It converts mechanical energy from footsteps. It converts mechanical energy from vehicle vibrations. This mechanical energy is transformed into electricity. Plus, it enhances energy efficiency in medical facilities and public spaces. Provides a sustainable energy alternative. Enhances energy efficiency in medical facilities. Improves energy efficiency in households. Increases energy efficiency in public places. Sounds exciting?
Ladies and gentlemen, if 1,000 miles journey begins with a single step, what if we can harness that single step for sustainable energy? And what more, those 1,000 miles that we're going to cover in order for us to have sustainable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samuel. We've got about 10 minutes for question and answers, and I'll cut straight to our judges.
Many questions.
Many questions. We'll start with yourself.
Where are you procuring the materials from?
Pardon?
Where are you procuring the materials from?
Well, we're going to be producing our own piezo materials. So we're using the physics principle of when a metal is strained, it produces energy, and we're just going to be converting that energy into electrical energy. So we're going to be producing them locally.
Okay. Yeah, I will stop my questions there for now. I have many. I need to compose myself a bit more. I think I have like tons of questions around the whole costing and how you're going to do it. Who are your target customers, by the way? Who are you going to start with?
I'm looking at the electrification projects. So like for instance, in Zambia, we've got ZESCO. Yeah, I'm targeting those because right now they're also trying to mitigate this challenge. They're implementing solar, but well, the weather patterns have been changing. And if we highly depend on solar, we might not reach our optimum capacity when it comes to power generation. I'm also looking at the urban infrastructures. So companies like MTN would be also my customers. They would buy these towers and install them in their offices for sustainable energy. And end users like everyone who owns a home. That's why I've got 3 models for each and every market.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So how are we storing the electricity?
Thank you very much. So the electricity is going to be stored using batteries. Therefore, us who are just focusing on generating the tiles, the batteries have to be purchased from third-party companies.
Maybe a follow-up on that. Just in terms of, I mean, how much energy is generated per tile? Let's use the smallest one.
Okay. So the smallest one is producing 100 volts. Each tile is producing 100 volts per step, a single step.
On my side, I'd like to know how does any technology fit into your ecosystem? And then also, secondly, how do you see the scaling out?
Thank you very much. How does any technology fit into this? Well, we are planning on making IoT-based tiles, whereby the energy companies will be able to monitor which part of the town is generating more electricity, so that they can be able to implement more in that area. So they are going to be IoT-based. Sorry, could you just repeat the second question?
How would you scale this?
Well, if we launch this application, and I believe it is going to be highly received in the community, and we are planning on making more of these tiles, because there will be high demand. Because right now, almost each and every country is trying to mitigate load shedding. So therefore, production of many of these tiles would be a way of us scaling up this innovation once it is fully operational.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, sorry, from your pilot phase,
Yes.
right? What kind of outcomes did you see? Like, did you see a reduction in the electricity bill of the households, or what kind of impact did you see just in the pilot phase alone?
Well, when we're doing the proof of concept, I discovered that our tiles were more of ideal in terms of electricity production as compared to any other sources that homes preferred, like solar and all that. Therefore, there was a high graph in terms of the reliance on these tiles, because most of them, they prefer to use the tiles other than solar because of the weather conditions that may dramatically change.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the cost-benefit analysis of the tiles versus normal tiles, so that as a consumer, if I'm constructing a house, for example, and I want to make that choice, is there a way to see if I built the house using your tiles versus using standard tiles, if I pay higher, what is the return on investment and how long that takes, so that consumers actually make that choice, knowing there is a price that they're paying now, but there is a return that comes maybe within, I don't know, a 12 or 24 months period of that investment. Have you done that kind of analysis as part of your marketing strategy to reach the other, general population beyond big structures where maybe buildings and offices could make that decision easily, given it's an investment choice, but an individual might have to choose, and how they would make that choice given your analysis?
Thank you very much. I'll give an example of currently in my country, Zambia. So the biggest power supply, that is ZESCO, recommended that if you are generating energy through solar, if you've got excess, you can be able to sell back to the company. Well, if somebody chooses to use our tiles, that's a bonus and that's a plus. Imagine just installing tiles that do nothing, but then you have got tiles that when you install them, they produce electricity. You can be able to use that power, as well as if you've got excess, you can be able to sell. So I think that is a bonus for each and every consumer choosing our tiles.
Yeah. Have you given it a value? That's my question. To say for every extra dollar you spend on buying the piezo tiles, you're going to earn X amount of either energy or volts or something you can sell back to ZESCO.
Thank you very much. Well, on that part, it's in our country, it's ZESCO that regulates that on how much you make when you sell. So on our end, we did not really make that analysis, but ZESCO is the one that regulates.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samuel. If we've got no further questions, I think let's give Samuel a round of applause. Thank you so much. Super. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our first round, which was the battle of the third place. Judges, we look forward to your decision a lot later on who takes it between Ebenezer from Nigeria, Keleso from South Africa, Jean Blaise from Cameroon, and the last gentleman, Samuel from Zambia. I think just to give you a leg stretch before we move on to the next round, we'll take a 5-minute comfort break, and we will resume with our second round, which are the second place winners from the respective countries. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume in about 2 minutes. Thank you so much for the great energy. I think in round one, we had our winners from the respective country, or third place winners from the respective countries present. And again, to each and every one of you, those were great innovations, and thank you so much. We were absolutely honored to be here. Thank you so much to our judges. Your questions and insights are not only probing, but also just providing the contestants with a lot more to think about as they continue with their journeys. So please do continue asking some of those questions. This leads us to our next round of today's challenge, which is the battle of the second place. as I call it. We have, and we will sort of run in this particular order. We will start with Cameroon. In Cameroon, we're represented by Cindy Jongo. We will then move on to Zambia. And Zambia, we will have Barnabas Chiti. And then we'll move on to Nigeria, the second place winner, who is Olabisi. And then lastly, we will round it off with South Africa. And Ishmael Palanala will be presenting his innovation. So ladies, without wasting any time, please allow me to welcome our lovely ladies, Cindy Jongo. Just a reminder on the rules, Cindy has 10 minutes to present, and then her timer will stop, and then after 10 minutes, we will then start the 10-minute Q&A timer. But yes, so promptly at 10 minutes, I will.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to everyone. I'm called Jongo Cindy from Cameroon. I am a bee farmer, an agricultural youth empowerment and a climate activist. I am here today to talk about SwarmDev, a solar-powered IoT kit that will help bee farmers to monitor and predict the activities of their bee colonies in order to avoid swarming. I'll start with a quote: "No bees, no life." So what inspired me to go into bee farming was due to the fact that after carrying out some research in my country, I realized that not up to 10% of women in Cameroon are into bee farming. And while into the field, I realized that local farmers face what is called swarming. Swarming refers to the natural division of a bee colony, leading to about 40% loss of the bee population. Did you know that every year bee population get extinct by 30%, while 85% of plants that depend on bees simultaneously disappear as a result of this extinction? And an annual revenue of 406 billion is contributed by bees in the agricultural sector, not talking about the climate sector. Without intervention, it is estimated that by 2030, about 50% of bees would have gone extinct. So what will happen when there are no bees? That is why I introduced to you SwarmDev, a solar-powered kit for predicting swarming. And it is actually very eco-friendly, very affordable, made up of multiple sensors, solar panels, and a SIM card for alert sending. How it works: the farmer gets to us through our website or through phone calls or visiting our office, where he places orders. We deliver to him. He installed it in a colonized beehive. Colonized beehive means a bee house that has been colonized by bees, or where bees are living. So he installs it there. Our kit then helps to monitor the temperature, the humidity, the sound, and the weight, which now sends information to our lab. And we then we then now contact the farmer, either using phone calls or using SMS. The key benefits include honey production increased by 15%, prevent colony loss by 50 to 70%. Imagine what will happen if we have so many bees around us. Protects biodiversity by conserving the bee population, as well as reducing pressure on our ecosystem. It also helps collect other useful environmental data, such as temperature and humidity of the area. It is very affordable and adaptable to any local region of Cameroon. We are using a solar-powered kit with a battery lasting 24 hours on 7, swarming prediction, which is going to be 85% accuracy as per our assumptions, a pending pattern to be the first Cameroon's offline swarm predictor, and I think first in Africa. We have multiple sensors, that is temperature sensor, humidity, sound, and weight. Also, we are going to be using a USSD alert technology that will enable SMS alerts without internet. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization 2021, Africa has a bee farmer of over 2 million, with Cameroon 35,000 farmers, and my targeted farmers 9,000 in Cameroon. That is 25.71%. So I'm going to be targeting, I'll start by targeting 4 regions in my country. We have the Southwest region, we have the Northwest region, we have the northern part of the country, and we have the eastern regions where we have the Balka, or we call them the Pygmies. I actually, after doing my competitive analysis, I realized that my competitors in the market, their kit is very expensive, making it very difficult for farmers to afford. And according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, it states that about 90% of smallholder farmers, especially in the local community, cannot afford. So my Swamp deck is going to be really, really cheap and affordable by the farmers. That is less than $100. And it's also going to be having localized alerts, making it very easy for the farmers to use. So for my business model, I'll be using the business to business and the business to consumers. For the business to business, it will be sold at a sum of $50, while business to business $40, while business to consumers $50. So I'm also going to be carrying out a monthly subscription alert for maintenance. So a farmer with 1 to 5 beehive will pay a sum of $1 for monthly maintenance. 6 to 20 beehives, we have to pay a sum of $2 for maintenance, and a farmer with 20 and above beehives will pay a sum of $3 for maintenance. So for our pricing strategy, it's very affordable, one-time purchase for a small-scale farmer, subscription model for SMS service, and tech support. So for our financial analysis, we are going to be breaking even in our 3rd year of operation. And for our ask, we're asking for a sum of $45,000, where we already have been able to raise the sum of $13,500. So my family supported me with part of the money, while I'm going to invest part of the money I won in my country into the competition. So the money is going to be used for production and inventory, which covers 35%, contingency 7%, technology 7%, growth outreach 11%, team and cooperation 40%. For our roadmap, we are all about market entry, growth, and expansion. So we are starting in September 2025 with prototype development we are starting in September 2025 to March 2026 with our prototype development, initial market entry, and training of farmers. We are going to be training focal points in each of these villages who are going to serve as resource person. As a community development specialist, I can't just go into someone's community without actually having an indigenous facilitator from that area. So I'm going to make sure I train an indigenous facilitator that will be helping these local farmers at no cost. So from March 2026 to 2027, we are going to receive our customers' feedback and integrate it into our product improvement, and market growth. So this market growth is going to still be focused in these 4 regions in my country. And from September 2027 to 2028, we are going to have now a regional expansion to all the 10 regions of Cameroon, relaunch our product, and scale. For the environmental impact, did you know that uncontrolled swarming leads to 20 to 30% reduction in the bee population? And as a result of this, up to 90% of these bees do not survive in the wild because they are actually very weak. So this actually leads to a reduction in honey production by 40%. So our kits will cut this swarming by 50 to 70%, and increasing honey production by 15 to 25%. For medium-sized farmer, a farmer with 50 beehives who produces 500 kg of honey annually, his yields will increase from 500 to 575 to 625. So you can imagine what will happen to the livelihoods of the farmers. And Cameroon, that annually produces 3,000 tons of honey annually, will have a 15% increase, which means an additional 450 tons of honey will be produced. That is 2.3 $2.7 million generated annually. And according to predictions by the Ministry of Agriculture, if this swarming or bee farming is well maintained or well managed, Cameroon is going to become one of the top honey production countries in Africa and the world at large. For biodiversity and forest conservation, our swarm deck will help protect wildlife pollinators, thus reduce pressure on the ecosystem, maintain crop pollination, critical for food security. A 10% in swarm death reduced, which means 50,000 bees are going to be served annually. And the Congo Basin, that depends on bees or pollinators for their reproduction and survival, will actually benefit too much. So swarm deck means more bees, a healthy planet. And a healthy planet means healthy forests. Thus, the Congo Basin in West Africa will be able to absorb 1.1 billion tons of carbon annually in the environment. For our scalability and impact, we estimate that in 10 years' time, we must have reached 200,000 farmers, both in Cameroon and internationally, increase farmers' income by $3,000, a total added income of 600 million, saved about 1 million plus hives, increased pollination by 40%, and reduce carbon dioxide in our atmosphere by 5 million tons. For the risks and mitigation strategy, we actually have a problem of demand risks. So we assume that we might have laggard farmers, these people who do not they're not early adopters. They don't like change. So we assume that we might meet them in the market. So what we plan to do is to carry out pilot programs like field trials through training of our local focal points. We also assume that we will have competition in the market, as well as copycats may emerge. So we are going to carry out a brand loyalty and patent rights. We are going to we also assume risks. Operational risks such as delays. So for this, we are going to reserve and also look for backup suppliers. High operating revenue, we are going to carry out lean marketing as well as use of part-time employees. So here is my team. I'm called Jongo Sinzi, the founder of SwarmDeck, 5 years experience in bee farming. We have our field operations manager, Dr. Cham David, with 15 years plus experience in entomology. We have Princely, our chief technology officer, 4 years in computer and electrical engineering. Kwame Manuela, our custom support officer. Kenya Minel, business development lead, and Ghana Shekina, who is going to be our community tech ambassador. Thank you. So aside from the bee farming, I also empower women on regenerative agriculture, where we visit local communities. So what will happen when there are no bees and I'm empowering these women? So it's what actually motivates me to keep pushing my work, because if I'm talking about agriculture, encouraging youth to join agriculture without actually doing something for the bee, the future will not be secured or sustainable. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Sandy, I think I'll cross straight to the judges for any questions. I see, Marina, you've got a few. I'll start with you. No? Oh, okay. Gloria, yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted a bit of clarification. In your presentation, you mentioned that the swarm deck is able to predict swarming by 85% accuracy, and uncontrolled swarming results to the loss of lives of the bees. What I did not hear is how the technology either controls the swarming or disrupts it to then therefore reverse the pathway of the swarming.
Thank you very much for that, ma'am. So our technology initially, the farmer installs in his farm, it sends signals to our lab or to our center. Then we now get to this farmer using SMS or phone calls. So when this farmer buys our device, he takes into his farm. He puts it only in a beehive that has been colonized by the bees. And when it's there, we have the sound, the humidity, we have the various sensors that will send information we get to the farmer. And when we get to the farmer, what the farmer does is, there are 3 options he can carry out. It's not on our part to do the other part. So he can either choose to do what is called colony division, where he brings in what is called a catcher box, removes part of the bees because the colony must be full. Yes, remove part of the bees and insert into the new one. That leads to colony multiplication. Or he can decide to kill the queen. In every bee colony, we have just one queen. So he can decide to kill the queen and allow the worker bees and the nest bees in the bee colony to raise a new queen for them. And in the third option, we have two types of hives that we commonly use. We have the Landstrauf hive and we have the top bar hive. So if you're using the Landstrauf hive, you can decide to add what is called the suppers. That's another layer so that the bees themselves can separate themselves and start producing honey or storing their pollens and propolis, jelly, wax in there, thus reducing swarming because they have a lot of space. It's just like us here let me just use Nigeria as an example. The population keeps increasing, which means more lands are needed for the expansion. So what will happen if everybody decides to maybe stay in Lagos where there is too much heat? They'll not survive, obviously. Some people will have to migrate to other regions, like to other states in Nigeria. But if the government now is able to come up with a way that can, maybe urban, is it expansion? Yes, with policy like is it urbanization or expansion? Yes. Urban expansion, thank you, sir. So it'll be very easy now for the people to survive. But if the government doesn't do that, people will be forced to leave Lagos and go and settle. And along the way, we know that some people might have accidents and die. Some people will not be able to. Yes, that's it. Okay, it will not be easy. Life will be very difficult for them. So,
all right.
I'll take the next question. Oh, sorry. Yes, Gloria, you
So
have
in
a
those
follow-on?
three options of urbanization or expansion or migration, which of the three that you mentioned in the hives space has produced these results that you're mentioning? Do you have that data, or is it conceptually that because of the disruption, these are the benefits you are earning? Do you know?
As a bee student, I'm currently studying bee farming in the university. So as a bee student, we have been able to use the Kenyan top bar hive, and with the Kenyan top bar hive, it has been very, very effective. But now the issue with us is that at times our interaction with the bees will cause them to abscond. Absconding refers to a process where the bees leave their colonies due to disturbance. So if you're able to bring in a system where the farmer will not be going to do colony inspection all the time, it's going to keep those bees around. But if if in a week you visit your colony like 3 times, the bees will become faded and they'll have to leave or migrate and start looking for a new home.
Can
Super.
I ask
Next
a very
question, yeah.
quick question? Maybe I missed it on the slides. What stage are you at? How many products do you have out there? Or what stage is it at?
My ideation, my stage, it's still at the conception stage, but I've been able to use the local method, which is the normal colony division using my hand. But we currently have a lot of errors with, so that's why I wanted to introduce these new technologies to help farmers, especially in my local community. Okay. I work a lot with local farmers, and every time they are complaining, like 2 weeks ago, I visited a farmer, and the farmer was about to cry because he has about 50 hives, and the last time we visited the farm, there were bees there. But when we came now, we realized that there were no more bees there. So he was really depressed and he had invested a lot of money. And aside from him, there are so many other local farmers in my community that have given up on bee farming due to this swarming and due to absconding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Any other questions from the judges?
So I've got, I think, 2 quick questions.
Sure.
So the first is just how feasible is your $100 threshold? Because I think that's a big differentiator for what you're offering.
Thank you, sir. So I was able to identify a company in China that I could buy the raw materials from them at a very cheap price, bring it into my country, where we are able to employ part-time workers to do the work for us. So I've identified a company that I calculated the cost of buying all the materials from China to shipping everything and bringing, and it was lower than that. So that is why I decided to set that price. And besides, farmers in my local community, they don't have a lot of money. So if you want to set something that is higher than them, it will be very difficult. And as I earlier mentioned, by a report from the Food and Agriculture Organization shows that With all the other existing technology in bee farming, smallholder farmers are not able to afford due to the price. So I want to help my community. I want to change their lives, yes. And as a climate activist, I want a sustainable future. Thank you.
Okay, then just a quick question. In terms of, is it 100, then let's say it's $100, is it $100 per hive? So the device goes on one hive, or is it one central unit with sensors at each hive? I'm just understanding the model.
The device is per hive.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And what's the economic life of the equipment?
5 years.
5 years.
Yes, sir.
So-
And how did it even go? Okay, it has an economic life of 5 years and a warranty period of 3 months. So when you buy from us, you can use it in your farm for 3 months. You test it. If it has an issue, you bring it back to us because it's going to help us in our product improvement.
Okay, great. So and there's no other cost to the farmer than the $100.
No, farmers they buy it business to business,
Yes.
$40. From business to consumers, $50. And during our financial projections, we decided to use an average rated value of 45, which is in between the $50 and the $40 to do our calculations. So now, since we are going to be sending messages, we are going to be calling the farmers. We said a farmer with 1 to 5 hives will pay $1 every month. Of 6 to 20, you pay $2, and 20 and above, that's your advantage. You pay $3 every month.
Then, so help me here. For the beehive to be colonized and to have honey, how long does it take?
It doesn't take long. What you need to do is you just need to, maybe you need to see a carpenter for the carpenter to build a hive, to construct a hive for you. And you then now use wax, the honeycomb. Like the honeycomb, you then now melt it in a pot, then use it to bait the hives. It serves as an attractant for bees. So we have these bees called the squat bees that are always roaming around looking for forage or looking for a new location. So that wax actually attracts them, and when they get that sense, I can say it serves like a pheromone to them that you direct them to that hive. Then they'll go back to the hive using the waggle dance. They'll communicate to the hives, and from then now, parts of the hives will decide to leave. And before leaving, they're going to construct what is called the swarm cells. The swarm cells are always constructed at the edge of the honeycomb. So they'll construct there. And when their queen finally emerges after 18 to 21 days,
Sorry,
they leave the
we're
hive.
losing time.
We are 30 seconds.
Yeah, so but just quickly. So where I come from, normally you have honey twice in a year. I don't know whether that's the same with you guys. And also, I just thought that you spoke about carbon. Are you using it as a complement product as well, or is it something you're thinking about? Would you think about?
That's what I'm using it for. No bees, no life. That's why I started. That's the first statement I made. No bees, no life. So when there are bees around, it means more pollination services, more trees around, and more carbon dioxide sequestered in our atmosphere.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
I'll bring that to a close. So thank you so much, Cindy, and thank you so much to our judges. Perfect. I think without wasting any time, let's go to our second participant, which is the winner from the Zambian competition, Barnabas Chiti. Please welcome.
Tea. Black tea, yeah.
In a world inflicted by energy crisis and water crisis, welcome to Sohide Integration. Sohide Integration is a group of renewable energy innovators that aim to help on how we can best store solar energy. Our core mission is to drive sustainable development by offering a clean and sustainable energy solution. Looking at the current situation that we are facing in many countries, remember, I'm here for the whole continent, Africa, and not only for Zambia. In many countries, we are facing situations such as climate change and many geographical challenges, which has led to grid instability as well as environmental impacts on pollutions that come from non-renewable energy resources such as coal, and lack of water conservation, which has led to competition for water amongst agricultural sectors and energy producing companies that uses hydroelectric power stations. So what have we done as SoHyd integration? As SoHyd integration, we have come up with a system which is known as solar pumped hydro storage system. Solar pumped hydro storage system aims to increase the efficiency of solar panels as well as hydroelectric power stations. It works in such a way that during off-peak hours, you pump water from a lower reservoir to a higher reservoir. Then during high-peak hours, you use the same water to produce electricity. It is the best way of storing solar energy and improving on hydroelectric power stations. So our target customers are utility companies, grid operators, which aim to balance the grid in terms of supplying and as well as reducing on load shifting. The other target customers that we have are government and public sectors. For example, in Zambia, we have what we call ZESCO, Zambia Electricity Supply Corporation. Those are our target customers because their aim is to promote national energy transition. We also have many communities in Africa are not yet on the grid because of high demand of electricity, whereas the supply is low. Our current task, looking at the competition prices, our current task is a $4,000 that will be used for mentorship as well as improvement of the prototype and to acknowledge further research on how we can best improve our prototype and advertise our innovation as well as our business. The investments will be allocated as follows. 25% will go to market research. You know, for any business to run properly, you have to have an awareness, you have to have information. On that, we are going to invest 25%, which will include research tours, online courses, as well as interviews with interest groups that deal with energy producing. The other 25% will be used for prototype improvement, which will include the advancement of the prototype and buying of the materials that will be used to further enhance the prototype's viability. 30% will be used to purchase and materials. These are materials such as working tools, which include safety clothings as well as system tools and electronic devices. 20% will go to contagious funds and others, such as transportation. For example, if you have a session and then you need to move, that money will be used as follows. Yes. So what's our market advantages? What makes us perfect in this way? The first way is that our system is environmentally friendly. It does not pollute the environment, thereby offering a clean and more resilient way of producing electricity as well as storing solar energy. Secondly, it is scalable. They are scalable in such a way that it can be applied in a very large capacity, which can also help in terms of balancing the supply and the demand. Thirdly, it changes with changing environmental factors, such as if you are in a place where there is windy, you can transfer it from solar pumped hydro storage system to wind pumped hydro storage system. Fourthly, it has a long lifespan of over 50 years and above, compared to batteries which only last for 5 to 10 years. Though this system works perfectly, it has some challenges such as geographical limitations. It requires high topography, high initial cost, especially in the first year, as well as it requires a water reservoir. So it is water dependence. The concept in our business, the first thing is our value proposition. Our system is best suited for this way because it promotes grid stability as well as it can improve on the community's agricultural sectors. because it is not only working for producing electricity, but it can also work in terms of farming activities like irrigation farming and irrigation farming. What's our business model? Our business model is that we partner with public and private partnership with government institutions and other investment institutions that are looking for a suitable and more resilient storage solution for solar energy. Our financing and economics, we have found that our capital expenses is high upfront, especially in the first year, but it has a long payback period to over 10 to 5 years, but very reliable revenue streams. According to our research, we have found that by the year 2030, the solar pumped hydro storage system can have a revenue growth of over 80% and a return on investment about 10%, as well as customer acquisition cost about 20%, and the customer satisfaction of over 75%. Meet our team. IHT Barnabas, standing in front of you, is the CEO and the founder of Solar Pumped Hydro Storage System. Chitate Luke is the project manager. Chilufia Mwansa is the sales manager. Elizabeth Mwewa is the IT expert. Our achievements, we are part of the Zambian Research and Development Center, which helps us in terms of how we can advance our project and make it more reliable and efficient in the environment. We have also participated in the African PachiPanda innovation, as well as many competitions such as the JETS and many more. Let's dive into our video.
Imagine a giant battery that can store electricity using just water and gravity. Welcome to the world of pumped hydro energy storage, one of the most powerful ways to store and generate clean energy. But how does it work? And why is it the backbone of renewable energy storage? Let's dive in. As the world shifts to renewable energy sources like solar and wind, we face a challenge. These energy sources are intermittent. The sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. So how do we store excess energy for times when we need it? The answer: pumped hydro energy storage, or PHES. At its core, pumped hydro works like a huge water battery. Here's how. First, the charging phase, which involves pumping water up. When there's excess electricity, water is pumped from a lower reservoir to an upper reservoir. This converts electrical energy into gravitational potential energy. Next, the discharging phase, or generating power. When electricity is needed, the water is released back down through turbines, generating electricity just like a hydroelectric dam. It's that simple. Store energy when there's excess, use it when needed. So, why is pumped hydro considered one of the best energy storage methods? Let's break it down. High efficiency converts about 70 to 85% of the stored energy back into electricity. Long lifespan. Unlike batteries, pumped hydro plants can last 50 to 100 years. Large storage capacity can store gigawatt hours of energy, enough to power entire cities. Grid stability helps balance renewable energy sources, ensuring a steady supply of electricity. No wonder over 90% of the world's energy storage comes from pumped hydro.
During peak hours, energy from the solar power plant is used to pump water from a lower reservoir to a higher reservoir. Then during off-peak hours, the water from the upper reservoir is released to produce energy when it spins the turbine using the concept of gravity. Our core mission is to promote water conservation using SPHSS, hence promoting agricultural activities such as irrigation, since water in the dam can be used in various social and economic ways.
So, welcome. So-Hyd integration. It is not only focusing on electricity supply, but also looking at the community's advantages, such as it can offer employment, as well as it can be used in terms of irrigation and fish farming. So-Hyd integration. Light up for a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barnabas. I'll cross straight to the judges for any reactions and questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's definitely an idea that can be scaled up. I wanted to just find out what was your pilot phase like? What kind of outcomes did you get? And then secondly, what role did technology play?
According to how we have piloted, Like when we participated in the Zambian Research and Development Center, they say this innovation can be scalable and it is environmentally friendly. Yes, that's.
Thank you.
Yeah. What was your other question?
He's asking what was the technology bit.
Yeah.
How do you
What,
use
yeah, what kind
digital
of technology
digital?
are you using within your concept?
Okay, so the concept it uses is the concept of energy conservation, since they say energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. So it is just a way of storing solar energy in a form which is more suitable and on a large scale. Imagine you have a power plant maybe of 3,000 megawatts. That solar power plant, you cannot use batteries, which have a short lifespan. So we can just use water. We pump water. In that way, you are storing the water and then using it again to produce electricity. Yes. So the concept is there, which is there is just solar power plant as well as hydroelectric power stations. That's the technology.
Thank you.
Yes.
Super. Yes, Gloria?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I noted in your description of possible risks, you mentioned the high dependence of water. Looking at our current global challenges, water is a resource that is slowly diminishing and we need to conserve it. How do you see this technology being applicable in places where there is water scarcity and there is still need for energy? Are there any options to consider as part of your further research?
Yes, according to our research, we have found that the pumped hydro is also a way of conserving water. It's a way of water management, whereby, okay, let's take, for example, you have a water crisis. Once you pump water in the dam, that same water will be used to produce electricity. It's like a cycle. The water does not run up, it continues. It comes down, you pump it back again. So it is a way of, instead of the original hydroelectric power stations that we have, which usually run, and then the water keeps flowing, but it is a technology which helps in terms of storing water. Yes. And then the same water, it can be used in various areas, which can promote social and economic activities, like fishing and irrigation. Yes. That's what I can say.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the judges?
Yeah, no, thanks, Barnabas.
Yes.
What's the impact on the downstream users for the same, since the water is being retained when you're using your pumped station?
Yes, thank you, sir, for that question. According to our research, we have also added the system that helps to monitor the users which are on the downstream, like the communities. So if we find that the communities are like, maybe it's a population of over 100 people, we'll be allowing some water to flow while some is pumped back. In such a way, we are going to maintain sustainability and not affect the ecological system. Yes.
Perfect. We've just a few more minutes left. Any other questions? If not, happy to bring it to the close. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you so much, Barnabas. Perfect. Our third participant would be the second placed winner from Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Olabisi Rafutu Emmanuel to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow me, baby. Help me with your style. Let's drink a bottle of this. Just name it, we can do whatever you say. Buy you selling bags, Chanel, Fendi, Versace, Balmain. Take it this
The Nigeria one.
Santorini, Fiji, Bora Bora. Been a boss before I got the shelf. Spend the money, no hustle.
You're right.
Baby, I gotta go.
Welcome. Welcome, LABC. Your 10 minutes will start right now. Please keep your eye on that cloth. This is what you just press here to move. Perfect.
The slide.
This, yes, yeah. Not this one's?
Not this one.
Okay, we'll just stop your timer while we get the right presentation.
Pass this on. Apparently, not sure what these ones.
Okay, we'll just give it a few more seconds while we just load Olabisi's presentation. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Olabisi. Okay. And it's Olabisi Rafutu. Welcome. Okay. Whilst you. Okay. We'll say thanks to technology, you've got a minute to breathe and familiarize yourself with the stage. Take this here. Yes. Yeah. You can relax. I can join you with the dance. Okay.
That's that like a few minutes ago. Like, is that what is loaded up? Yes.
Don't stress. Is that okay? Perfect. Thank you so much to the tech team. Olabisi, over to you.
Olabisi Emmanuel, and I am introducing you to our fabulous lineup of reusable menstrual products, from our brilliant reusable pads to period pants to cups that are made of organic, sustainable material that does not just last hours, but last years. Okay. Do you know that a single disposable pad is made up of 90% plastics and 10% toxic chemicals that end up on landfill for over 500 years and bleaches into our waterways? Also, the average menstruating woman using an average of 11,000 disposable pads in her lifetime, and a woman menstruates for an average of 450 days, which is like 10 years of her life. And in Nigeria alone, we have 78 million women of reproductive age. What's the problem here? Around 12.3 billion sanitary napkin, amounting to 113,000 tons of waste, reaches Nigerian landfill every year, coupled with the perpetuation of period poverty and hygiene concerns for girls in underserved community. Also, there are harmful chemicals like detoxins, synthetic fragrance, which leads to irritation, infection, and more with the prolonged use of disposable pad. In Nigeria, an estimate of 37 million women and girls experience period poverty, meaning that they are unable to access affordable menstrual products like pad. Also, it's a situation that is largely unaddressed within the society, even as the escalating and reoccurring cost that keeps increasing, and this is increasing the absenteeism of schoolgirls, which is a worse pandemic. What's the solution here? It's a use, wash, reuse model where our users are responsible for maintaining good hygiene to ensure safe and effective product. It is toxin and chemical free, reusable period cup, pants and pads that are skin friendly, they are affordable, where one source flow product can save over 200 use of disposable products from our landfill with 5 times less carbon footprint. The global market size for reusable is 24.6 billion, and we are targeting 831 million in 3 to 5 years. Who are our target customers here? The menstruating girls and women from various economic backgrounds and eco-conscious women that are victimized by rash, bulky and plastics and disposable that are very uncomfortable. What are we providing them? With affordable, reusable for up to 2 years, they are comfortable and odor-free, they are carbon neutral, leak-proof for every flow type. What's a revenue model? We're made for profits. We sell B2B and B2C directly to customers with a sponsorship model where organizations get to partner with us on a CSR project to give to their beneficiaries in large quantity. A pack of pads sells for 4,500 naira, which is less than $1. And we also have a pad for pad initiative where for every 4 packs sold, 1 pack is given to a girl child in an underserved community. What's our innovation? One single pad takes away 120 disposable pad from the landfill. Our sustainable innovation minimizes environmental impact by using 100% biodegradable fleece, ZOP, pool, and other ethically sourced material. They are super absorbent that keeps you dry and blood-free. Also, they are cost-effective, making menstrual hygiene accessible to women across various economic backgrounds. Our impacts align with SDG 1, 3, 4, 5, and 13 on climate action. It's reusable, like I said, it promotes menstrual health and care, hygiene and hygiene. It also saves you 80% of funds in the long run, and they are biodegradable, ensuring that no chemical is added to this product that adds to the life cycle of a woman. Our ESG strategy centers around 1, environmentally, Sourceflow reduces waste by providing reusable menstrual products, by decreasing single-use plastic pollution. Socially, we address period poverty and support girls' education, ensuring they stay in school without disruption. We maintain rigorous quality standards to protect our users' health and safety, also while fostering partnerships with community and organizations to broaden our impact. From our governance perspective, we prioritize transparency, ethical sourcing and compliance with all health regulation, ensuring that our operations are aligned with sustainable and socially responsible practices at every level. We're a team of 5 with over 25 years accumulative experience in the industry with a medical personnel, a social media, a communications and marketing manager, and an operations manager. Our attraction. Since we participated in a Nigerian challenge, which was in November, where the funds we were able to get helped us to launch our pre-sale that generated over 200 orders. But since January 2025, we have a projected revenue of 52.5 in our first year, and currently we've hit that margin right now with selling 500 products that has given us a quarter of our projected revenue for 2025, selling 2,000 units of pad in the year, 2,000 units of pads, cups and pants, leveraging technology, social media marketing, influencer marketing, and distribution channels. Currently, we have 2 bulk proposed purchases from organizations that want to partner with us for their CSR project. We're CSA registered. We have our SUN certification ongoing to help us to store on shelves and supermarkets. We have a 5-machine factory set up. We have a registered trademark. What's our planned growth? Using this, the first quarter of 2025 was directed to customers to ensure that we have a lot of sensitization, advocacy, direct sales to customer using our social media channels, and we've been able to do this. The second quarter, which we just launched, our cups and pants, they're just launched, and we just started selling direct to customers, and with the hope of getting our SUN licensing so that we can begin to distribute in supermarkets and other parts of Nigeria. In 2026, the goal is to expand our market across Nigeria, meaning that we're able to distribute using the FMC model to increase our revenue by 50%. And in 2027, the goal is to grow source flow, sales, and promoting menstrual health across various regions. What are we asking for? We're asking for $10,000 for the sourcing of OCE certified biodegradable material, which are used in the production of the pad, to also source material like high-grade medical grade silicone for the cup, also biotech wicking materials that are used for the pants. These are the things that we want to use with a sustainable supply chain model, also for the purpose of education and advocacy, which is a very big part of the work that we do, the fact that we need to do a lot of information, sensitization, and awareness, making people comfortable with the idea of this revolution that we're bringing into the menstrual sector, also for marketing, machinery, and raw materials. And we would like to make this organization proud, while we make global impact and huge profits. It's about sustainable flow time. Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the compelling presentation. I will now cut to our judges. Judges, any reactions and questions on your end? While you gather yourself, I think I'll just do popcorn style. Shall we start with yourself, Carl? Any questions, reactions, yeah?
Just a little bit of your strategy around the education of the user, particularly around the cost versus benefit. So it's effectively a trade-off, as I see, between disposable versus long-term usage. How are you going about that education to your customer base?
Okay, so I mentioned that the biggest part of what we do is education and advocacy. And currently what we do is we go to schools, we partner with NGOs to do a lot of background community sensitization, informing them first of the harm of disposable, also the cost factor, which is that you're going to be you're saving, if I use the Naira term, which I cannot do dollar right now in my head, if you buy a disposable pad, if you buy a reusable pad for 4,500 Naira, you're going to be saving 27,000 Naira in cost in a year if you buy a disposable, which is that's like 80% of the cost that you're saving. Also, when we go to schools and we do a lot of this advocacy, to be a solution to the current period poverty that we have, for every 4 packs sold, we give out a pack to a girl child in an underserved community. So we're also fighting period poverty. We partner with NGOs that wants to give out pads to girls and women in the underserved community. So there's a lot of cost that you're saving money. Also, we're saving when it comes to the reproductive health, knowing the danger that this disposable possesses to our body. Yeah.
Thanks, Carl. I see a hand from Gloria. Yes.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. My question is on the reusable pads. I gather that they will need to be washed. And again, with the period poverty, most of the time there is the challenge of access to clean water and sanitation services, not only at homes or in the rural parts, but in schools as well. So how does this product, cater for that?
Okay, so for schoolgirls, one thing that we're very big on in our design process is that the pack comes in a pouch. Okay, so let's say the pack of 3. It comes with 3 pad, a pouch, and an hanging rope. In that, when you're currently using one, you can have an extra one in the pouch that is handy. You can put it in your school bag, you can take it to school. And then when you're changing, all you need to do is to rinse off, and then you can go wash at home. When it comes to water management, the material that we use is organic cotton, in that it washes off easily using minimal water. Also, a very big misconception is that pads are a medical product. They are an hygienic product. So it is very important that we let people know that the same way you take care of your panties, making sure that it is clean, it is well dried for the next usage to avoid any infection and all of those things. Use minimal water to wash. Ensure that it is properly dried and it is available for your next use. When it comes to functionality, you can have a wash bag with a new pad in your bag and you can change it on the go.
Thanks, Gloria. A hand from Marina, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you for your proposal, and I think you've really covered the simplicity of a complex matter. I just wanted to follow up a little bit around the competitors within the Nigerian landscape, and also what the consumer uptake would generally be like for products like this.
Okay. All right. So currently for competitors, we have people that play in the NGO sectors, in that they provide pads specifically for girls working with NGOs. Most of the time it's not for profit, right? And there's this perception that because it is reusable, it's for low income earners. Well, the angle that we're coming from is that we're solving two problems, which is the fact that disposables possess a lot of waste in the environment, as well as the fact that disposable has a lot of health risk, in knowing that there's a lot of chemicals in these things. So we position our brand in that it's an healthier alternative, and that's why we have a range of products. We don't just have the pads. Most of the time, the pads are targeted to schoolgirls, girls and low-income earners. But with the cups, they are the most comfortable type of period care product that we have in the market. Right now, it's a product that is reusable for up to 5 years. It's the most efficient type of period product in that your lifestyle can be maintained. As when you're on your period, you can swim, you can wear whatever you want to wear. There's comfort that's attached to it. So we pass the message in that reusable does not mean that you're poor. Reusable is that you're aware of the things that go into your body because of the disposable that you use, and you're choosing a better alternative that suits your lifestyle and works. And also you're saving the planet. It's an eco-friendly alternative for you, for the body, and for the planet.
Marina asked my question. I wanted to ask about competitors, but and I think that also links to your target market in the end. Are you trying to reach out to the NGOs and schools as an educative service, or you want to launch it in retail markets, because after that, then the plan becomes about your exit strategy, because there'll be bigger competitors. It's a very popular thing in most developed markets, so bigger players will come in for it. So I wanted to kind of think about your very long-term strategy as well.
Okay, so for long-term strategy for us is the fact that we want to I don't know the word now. We want to make reusable a norm. Right now, it's like an alternative, making it look like, okay, disposable is the norm, then reusable is like, okay, just another thing. That's not the idea for us. It's to make reusable the norm, using the two factors that I mentioned, which is coming from waste management and the health concern. So we knowing that these things are not good for our health, and we're intentionally choosing reusable. And when it comes to our long-term plan, the long-term plan is to be a global organization and just normalize menstrual care, break menstrual taboos, normalize this conversation and make it a normal and a comfortable product. Also to become a global organization, to transfer. It's a product that can be replicated across various countries or states, and just normalize the idea of reusable in the whole sense of it, right? And we're ready to grow as much as the world can take us.
Thanks. Any other questions, Fungai? Happy with the numbers?
It's a subject I don't understand.
Sure, Olivisi, thank you so much for a very good presentation. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank you, Olivisi. Perfect. I'll help you post. No worries. Perfect. To round up this round, please welcome the South Africa second place winner, Ishmael Palana. Ishmael, please do make your way on stage.
My esteemed panelists and fellow participants, Ishmael Palana here, representing Aqua Grey Solutions, Empowered Solutions, Flow and Prosper. Growing up, I've been a farmer at heart. You know, trying by all means to farm at the backyard of my homestead. You know, your vegetables in terms of your potatoes, your onions, and also your beets. However, how can that be sustained without a value of a resource which is water? And that is the situation that we are facing, because ultimately we are getting what we can see on this picture. Now, over time, as I was just standing out there, watching my own mother doing laundry, and I have realized that, oh my goodness, she keeps on losing gallons of water to the ground. And all the time we have to go to the communities to collect water from the tap, and all of it is lost to the ground. That was a devastating moment. And let me just paint a picture of what is happening within my local community, that we can go weeks without even a single drop of water. That is the reality that we are facing. Of course, this is not me, but over time we tend to go and collect water from the local strip taps, and sometimes they are even empty. So what are we supposed to do to support our daily lives and the need of water? So currently in South Africa, we've got 9 provinces, and as you can see from this top here with an arrow, Limpopo province, my home province, it's actually the second highest. And if you can see on 2023, it's actually the first one where they do not have access to tap water. And secondly, if we're looking here on the last diagram here, it's actually the third top province where it actually have more interruptions of water. And if you're looking at that particular diagram there, Limpopo province again is not adept at using or recycling grey water. Furthermore, I conducted a community research to just get to understand what the people are saying, and I've discovered that over 50% actually have said that indeed they do not have access to clean water. So, as I'm continuing, just watching my mother losing water, even myself and my siblings, you know, from our domestic uses of water, we're talking about, you know, from washing or cars, you know, bathing, and also, you know, washing our clothes. That's when I was like, how about I come up with a recycling system that actually recycles water? And that's why we have an automated, movable, grey water recycling system, which is having, you know, sensors that regulates all these phases across different phases of cleaning water. We're talking about, you know, primary filtration of large particles. That's where now it's going to be treated biologically, and also with your chemicals that are found in that particular grey water, right? But this is something that you are already aware of. But what doesn't exist in Limpopo province is how all these components are combined together. Yes, there is a filter that already cleans water or filters water. There are also devices that can actually detect all the sensors in terms of your water regulation, in terms of your chemicals. But what we lack from Limpopo province is to actually get all of those, combine them, and make it into one auto-regulating system of recycling water. So as you can see here, the selling point is to adapt it and provide our vulnerable actor from that local area with a fully automated, movable recycling water that allows them to just move it anywhere, wherever they want to pour that particular water. But two, as I've said, it has got, you know, the sensors that's able to regulate every part of that filtration process. But here's another added advantage. With these sensors, it's actually allowing that phase to give us data to know if there are any errors that are happening within that regulation of that water or the recycling of water, but also give us, as the center, as the developers, to just keep track of what exactly is happening with recycling that water. So there I was, just at home, and saying, now let me just test this pilot. And because these days we are all about going organic, so I thought of using a grid system where it has got multiple layers. But after using that, I've realized that no, the product is not effective, it's not sustainable, and will continuously require high maintenance, and that's where now I got to develop I found another better filtering system, which is a 5-phased filtering system, which will just do all of that in one path. So here it's going to be removing large particles of water, it's going to be filtering the organic matter and all other chemicals, and also controlling the microbiome within that reused water, and ultimately we are having that particular cleaned water. But let me just bring you back to what we are having so far. So first, this is how it works. A user will pour water at the top there, and then we're going to be having a cotton that just removes the first phase of filtering those large particles, right? So my filtering system, as you can see too there, that is going to be taking that water and just take it through all these 5 phases. Then 3, we're having devices that actually senses all, the changes of all the chemicals and the pressures to just allow water to flow properly. But with this last innovation, which is the storage tank, we are attempting to just provide you with the storage, because as much as we are filtering water, where is it supposed to go? Because you find that you don't want it at that particular time. So this system allowed me to actually provide, the user with more storage for this. But secondly, because now we can have rainfall once in a while, we're potentially saying that the user can also just, store water until they're able to use it. So another thing that we're taking advantage of here is affordability. With this, we're showing that we are using the gravitational flow so that water travels from the top and then towards the end, reducing the costs in terms of your pumps to do this. So this is why it is relevant and it's going to be implementable, because there will be less human input, because the ultimate goal is to make the system full automatic. 2, it's accessible to a rural environment. 3, as much as we are attempting to reduce as many devices as possible, we are allowing the user, the vulnerable actor from a rural area, to be able to afford and utilize this system. Ultimately, the main point, which is to reduce water within that community. Now, here are the benefits. 1, it's convenient because you are able to just move it at any place where you want it to be moved. 2, it provides the storage tank, but 3, it's movable, because if you are, washing your clothes, or you are at a car wash or wherever within that home environment, whenever you want to recycle water, this movable water system will be available for you. All right, so now let's just say you've done your own recycling. Now it means that you are able to now reuse this water, not as potable water for drinking, but rather it's water for, washing, for cleaning, for even taking showers, but also supporting agriculture, not as potable water, which is drinking water. So my competitors, the direct ones, I found them here in Gauteng, in Centurion, and also in Pretoria. And then my indirect ones, another one, it is in Cape Town. So in terms of direct competitors, something that separates me from them is that their primary focus is to sell these individual components of water. But what I've never found so far is to have all these components in one automated system that will just entirely regulate this water. And that's why I'm still saying that it is going to be, implementable and catering for the vulnerable actor from that that rural environment. So globally, there's definitely a trend in terms of the demand for recycling grey water. But if you're looking at South African trends, so there's actually an increase in terms of, looking for a solution that can cater for the vulnerable actors. But the barriers are public awareness and lack of space, and also the initial cost, because what already exists now, it's actually, very expensive. But what allows me to actually have a market entry is the availability and advancement of technology, but also, the need to have water available within local communities. So this is the business model. The revenue streams will definitely be, the production sales, the installation fee, maintenance fee, which can be done once every 3 months. And then in terms of the, yeah, definitely. Yes, yes. And the pricing strategy so far, because I'm primarily focused on the development and testing this particular product, it will definitely, okay. Yes, the pricing strategy will be based on the unit price of that auto-regulated system, but also the added value in terms of, servicing and other subscription models. This slide really, okay. So in terms of features and convenience, we have in one all-in-one mobile system, which will require less human input, low maintenance, and also we're able to track any changes that happens there. So currently, it is only myself who is in that system, and these are the budget breakdown in terms of what I'm asking for. But additionally, if there is any connection in terms of assisting me with the development of an app, that will definitely reduce the costs. And the impact, yes. All right. Impact, it's people, the planet, and their environment, ensuring that we are employing local people to also employ them. And also in terms of the planet, we're ensuring that now we are having, the water and sanitation and availability of it within the local communities, but also catering for our vulnerable actor, which is, the people from the local communities. So these are just some of the insights to just, assess the entry into the market, and also the buy-in of the people, where they mention that they are more likely to be using this product if it is implemented within their local environment. And they even mentioned that the majority that they will prefer this to be less than 1,000, but some of them, they range in between 2,000 and 4,000. And thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ishmael. Super. I'll cross to the judges. Any questions from our judges? Happy?
Maybe a quick.
Yes.
A quick one for me. Who are the users going to be, and where are they drawing water from in the first place?
All right. First and foremost, the users, as I've said, from the rural areas who really need water. And this is a situation that happens there. They are collecting water from the local areas, wherever their water can be available, from the street taps, right? So we are saying that instead of using that water and letting return back to the environment, they can use this system to recycle that water, so that the water is saved but not lost to the environment. So those are our primary users from the environment, sort of from the rural areas, and that's where they're getting the water from.
And what do you plan for the data sensors to do? Where does it display? I mean,
okay, so with this application that I'll be developing, I'm going to mention it into 3. We have a full system there, but within that system, we're actually having the sensors to detect if maybe there is too much microbiome within that storage tank. We are having, too many chemicals within it, and to just regulate the flow of water to know if it's full or not, right? So the sensors, they will be sending data to the application that will be installed within the user's phones, but also to us as the sensor, as the center, so that we're able to just track down the usage and the impact of recycling water. But if there are any issues, then the user can actually see it through their app and alert us.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Marina, yes?
So just to follow on in terms of users, back to your target audience, who is that target audience exactly? Because I think you're speaking about it very broadly. So if you can be a bit specific. And then also, you've done your competitive analysis. From a price point perspective, is yours more competitive than the other competitors or not? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the pricing. Honestly speaking, they're having ridiculous prices. We're talking about 10,000, 15,000 only for that system of filtering water. And they're primarily focused on wastewater, not grey water. That's why I'm saying, according to me, so far I haven't found any, particularly even in Limpopo, that has got all these components together. So in terms of pricing, it's yet to be there. But in my course, the pricing will be 4,440 according to the individual components. But affordability, as I've said, it's a big issue. So the plan is to actually have a buy-in from local municipalities to subsidize so that now the users can be able to afford it and utilize it within their homestead. In terms of the primary user, it's particularly the local household, because water is being used by almost anyone, right? So we are talking about the mothers or anyone within that particular household, including myself, who wants to utilize it. As long as I have that wastewater, I can pour it in and I can recycle it and I can reuse it. But to just broaden it in the future, we are having people from your car washes, but also like expanding it to their industries and businesses. But primarily, it will be that vulnerable actor from the local area who's using water and not getting much water from their available environment.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions, judges? We've got a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, one from Funga, yes, and then I'll come to you, Gloria.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the sustainability of the business. I think market has been described, or I think defined. So for your business to reach profitability, how many units are you supposed to sell?
Okay, so since there is one unit which is estimated 4,430, so my approach is to first have the buy-in from the heads within the local communities, from the local community or the municipal, so that they're able to subsidize, and then the user can actually be able to just use it, right? So that is on the unit cost. But overall, based on the budget that I have displayed there, the total cost for the raw materials is 19,000. And then if you take it away from that 4,000, it means that now when I buy in bulk, at least, although I can't say confidently that I can reach that break even now, I'm thinking that in the next 2 years, that's when I can at least confidently, project that, yes, I can actually produce more when I have more, people buying into this product from local communities.
So I'm getting, you say it's subsidies, right? So are you ready to communicate with government, or?
No, for now, I'm primarily focused on developing and proving that this is, viable. That's the current stage of my development. I've tested it, I have trialed it, and now I am, improving on it in terms of ensuring that there are less costs, but more efficient and sustainable.
Okay. Are you getting any external help?
Yes. I haven't started to partner fully, but within my area, we do have, like the consultant that I just continuously engage with to just ask, who are quite adept, their researchers, to just provide more information to say these are the areas that we are looking at, and also their organization. But something that I have noted is that they want to engage with the final product, so that they can evaluate it, not just to say, yes, this is what I want to do, but I don't have something fully fledged to say this is how it's going to be working. So that is a bit of a challenge. So once I approve it, then I'm going out there, even to the water and sanitation department, to just also try to get their buy-in terms of the regulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy for that. Gloria, yes, over to you.
Okay, thanks. My question is more on the capacity of your different tanks vis-a-vis the different household size and users, and whether you have tested that water coming from, I mean, the wastewater or the gray water that comes from washing, or that comes from cleaning cars, or that comes from, cleaning the house. Will they require a different kind of technology and different kind of capacities of your tanks, and how the cost element is going to be featured in that, in those different categories of users?
Yes, definitely. According to the research of that particular filter, it says that it produces about 10 liters every 2 to 4 hours, right? So that's why I was primarily focused on increasing the tank storage until that user is able to sort of use it. But looking at a general household, the amount of water that can be wasted in a day can actually attempt to, be recycled using that 210 M barrel. But based on the research that I've conducted across the community, there was one question to say, would you prefer to buy an individual cost or a shared community thing? And they actually indicated that yes, some are, because of costs, they're willing to actually have that. It means that if it's a shared, water recycling, then the capacity must also be improved, and hoping that affordability, they will be able to just contribute and go for a bigger storage one. So that will also increase the cost, obviously.
Okay. We've just got under a minute. Any other questions, judges? Are you happy? Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, Ishmael.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank Ishmael. Perfect. That brings us to the end of our round 2. And I think just to give the judges a minute to breathe, I'm going to ask our technical team just to play our PachiPanda video, which is about 1.5 minutes. And then we will move on to our final round, which is the first place winners of each country. Thank you.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's a hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's a hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
And after lunch, go straight to the award ceremony. But before that, the almost important round, which is the battle of the first place. The order in which we will run this one is we'll start with Wandi Sieme from Zambia, following which we'll ask Moses Afopes to prepare himself from Cameroon. We will then proceed with South Africa, Moses, and then lastly round off this round with Nigeria, Osarade or Osarode. I'll get that pronunciation correct. So without wasting any time, let us please welcome Wandi Sieme from Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Wandi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, good afternoon, my bad. Did you know you have a 40% chance of contracting chronic bronchitis, while your children have a 40% increased chance of contracting chronic bronchitis? Hi, I'm Wandi Siame. I'm here today with HydroCook, fueling change one spark at a time. A rise in carbon emissions by over 60% in the last 35 years have led to the increase in chances of wildfires, as we have heard in LA, melting of the polar ice caps leading to increased chances of flooding in coastal areas. And many people are unaware that one of the sources of carbon emissions is none other than their own homes. A rise in the demand for cleaner alternatives we seem to be rising with years as they go by, but no viable solution is being implemented. As HydroCook, we are determined to lead the transitioning into cleaner, more sustainable cooking methods, and we decided to come up with a product to combat the rise in carbon emissions. And our product is a hydrogen-powered gas stove. So it is a hydrogen-fueled gas stove to reduce the dependency on LPG and biogas fuels. So our product is called the HydroCooker. It is a hydrogen-fueled gas stove that has all the simplicity and luxury you would find on your conventional LPG or biogas stove. It has key features such as a bubbler system and valve timer. These are for enhanced safety. Stainless steel cooktops for durability, and the storage system for cost-effective and efficient cooking. So our product is eco-friendly. It is affordable to the masses. It also has low maintenance costs. Thank you. Let's look at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as HydroCook. So our strengths are that we are implementing innovative technology. We try to make our products as affordable as possible. We are environmentally friendly. Our products have zero carbon emissions, and we have novelty. We're approaching our problem in a unique way. Some of our weaknesses are that we have a high initial investment, and there are safety concerns surrounding the use of hydrogen in this manner. Limited awareness of the potential hydrogen has to replace LPG and biogas fuels, and durability and reliability concerns using hydrogen in this manner. Some of the opportunities, though, that we have as HydroCook, as there's a rise in the demand for greener energy solutions, and the niche markets where people who are environmentally friendly conscious and want cleaner solutions in their homes, and also government support. We have seen many governments having conferences on clean energy and the like. Some of our threats we face as HydroCook, we're venturing into a very competitive market. We are not alone in the clean cooking solution market. We also face regulatory barriers from various governments implementing hydrogen in the manner that we are trying to, and public perception of hydrogen due to past incidents such as the Hindenburg disaster and the Nagasaki bombing. And also market readiness. We understand as hydrogen that such a product wouldn't be fully ready in the market as of yet. Our business model. So as HydroCook, we are redefining the clean cooking solution market by using innovative hydrogen technology. And our revenue projections are as follows. So in the first year of production, we are projecting over 80,000 in revenue with production of 1,000 units of our product. And in our second year of production, we are projecting over 300,075 with over 5,000 units. And in our third year of production, we are projecting over $1 million in revenue, our market size. So the total clean cooking market in Africa is over 10 billion, with over 900 million looking for more sustainable alternatives to charcoal and LPG. The serviceable available market, as HydroCook, we're targeting over 200 million urban and peri-urban households, representing a $1.5 or $2.5 billion return investment opportunity. Our serviceable obtainable market, as HydroCook, in the first 3 to 5 years, we aim to reach over 1 to 2 million users, forecasting $160 million in revenue. So, as I said, we are not alone in the clean cooking market, and we have competitors from Tanzania such as Copper Gas, Mukuru Stoves in Kenya, and Defi Appliances right here in South Africa. But as HydroCook, we have leverage over our competitors by using 100% hydrogen, which is a clean fuel as it has zero carbon emissions. Our fuel cost is low, as our fuel is generated easily, and it's widely available because of this as well. We have a moderate startup cost, and we have zero emissions, so meaning we reduce health impacts from using hydrogen. And we are having unique hydrogen technology, making us innovative. Our revenue streams. So as HydroCook, we plan on gaining our revenue through direct sales of the HydroCooker units, and this gains us 50% of our revenue, and the subscription model for the cookers as well gains us 25%, and service and maintenance gains us 10% of our revenue. Licensing, where we allow other companies to use our hydrogen technology, gains us 10%, and accessories such as spare parts gain us 5%. Our traction. So as HydroCook, we've gone as far as doing research and development to come up with the safest designs and the most efficient methods of collecting hydrogen, and doing market analysis to know our customer, what exactly they need and where they are and how we can reach them. We've done concept validation by inputting our proposals to various institutions such as the Zambia Academy of Sciences to have validation of our concept. I've also participated in the PachiPanda Innovation Challenge, which has allowed us mentorship, feedback, and various networking opportunities as well. So I'll ask. We're asking for $3,700 in investment. This is for awareness campaigns on using hydrogen, creation of an initial working prototype, further market research, and to navigate regulatory frameworks. So our investment will be allocated as follows. So 35% of our investment will go to research materials, 25% of it to prototype development, 15% of it to equipment for accuracy and efficiency, 20% to do further market research and awareness campaigns, 5% of it to contingency fund, emergency funds in case of anything. So meet the team. I'm the CEO and founder of HydroCook. We have Caleb Piri, who is our research manager, Zikalombao, who is our financial manager, and Shepa Nyendwa, who is our data analyst. And now let us watch this demonstration video.
Tired of cooking with polluting fuel? Imagine a cooker that uses clean energy, making meals safer and healthier. Meet HydroCook. Revolutionary cooker that uses hydrogen as fuel. HydroCook offers a non-polluting cooking solution. How it works. With HydroCook, you get a hydrogen burner for clean cooking, enhanced safety features to prevent accidents, user-friendly controls for easy operation. Simply connect to a gas source or solar input. Ignite with one touch and adjust flame easily. Families can enjoy eco-friendly meals. Save on fuel costs and reduce pollution. Cook efficiently with modern technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, join the future of clean cooking. Remember, HydroCook, fueling change one spark at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Perfect. I'll go straight to our judges. Judges, any questions, any reactions? Shall I start with yourself, Marina? Yes?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was quite insightful. I just wanted to ask, you touched on the lack of availability of hydrogen in Zambia. Given that your product is hydrogen-based, how would you overcome that?
So,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay, so as HydroCook, we plan on having our own hydrogen generation plants, but that's in later years of development. But as the beginning, there's we have Air Products Zambia, which is a company that produces gases and other various gaseous chemicals, and we plan on sourcing our hydrogen from them and selling them to our consumers as part of the stove as well. So in the early stages, we'll get supply from Air Products Zambia, but as we progress, we'll have our own hydrogen generation plants. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question is around capabilities. Now, obviously, a product like this has a lot of safety related risks as well as technical requirements. So I saw the composition of your team, and I think it's something that is not currently there within your team structure. How would you go about ensuring that these capabilities are effectively addressed so that your product fulfills what you've described from a value proposition perspective?
Okay, thank you. So I said we're not ready for the market yet, and we still need to do further research and development, especially on the safety part. But for our working prototype, we try to implement a bubble system and valve timer to prevent any explosions. But as you have said, our team is still a little bit small, and we hope as we develop, we grow our team and focus a lot of it, probably 70% of our efforts, to safety.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions from our judges?
Tell me about the challenges in implementing hydrogen-based cooking solutions. That's question number one. Question number two, why are we not thinking about electric cookers and moving the responsibility of dealing with difficult fuels to the electricity generation companies?
Okay, thank you. I didn't quite get the first question.
What are the challenges in using hydrogen for cooking?
Okay, so hydrogen is a difficult gas to handle. It leaks easily and burns very hot. So to help,
and it's harder to compress and put into a cylinder. It is harder for trucks to carry it. Your trucks that will carry those cylinders need to be really adapted to carrying hydrogen cylinders. Hydrogen is super hard to deal with. Physics, that's basic physics. And that is why I wanted to sort of understand, why did we pick hydrogen and not some other? Because your problem statement is pretty valid, and in Zambia it's a major problem. Why did we choose hydrogen in particular as well?
So our market as HydroCook is Africa, and we see over 68% of Africa faces load shedding, and that's why electricity didn't seem as a viable opportunity, as a viable solution to us as HydroCook. And as for the transportation and generation of hydrogen, as I said, it's difficult to transport. So what we try to do is have the generation plant as close to our selling ports as possible to reduce the transportation times. And during transportation, we'll make sure to spend as much as possible to modify the delivery system of hydrogen to make it as safe as possible, to make the valves on our cookers as tight and airtight as possible to prevent any leaks and explosions that might come with hydrogen.
Perfect. Happy, Akansha?
Yeah.
Any other questions? No, judges, go.
Okay. I think you gave us very good numbers, and the growth rate is quite high. But also, my understanding is that maybe we haven't reached a point where you've done a very critical market analysis.
Yes, true.
I think we threw out numbers such as 160 million in terms of revenue in the third year. My worry is looking at all this. Sorry. Maybe that's the way to say I shouldn't be asking you questions, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking at this, and your capex just for development is about 3,700. So I'm trying to reconcile the numbers that you're throwing out there.
Okay.
Vis-a-vis, I think your R&D costs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those market projections for when we launch into the market. For the ask why it's priced at that, because we still have to create an actual initial working prototype. And if after we have the prototype, we'll continue with our market research to make those numbers come to life. But we're currently facing on the prototype development, and we haven't put most of our efforts in the market research.
Okay, and maybe another issue, I think, speaking to the risk, and I think similar to the other colleague,
yes.
I think you really need to cut the regulatory issues,
yes,
and how you ensure safety to your customers.
Okay.
Because I think that comes with a risk.
Yes.
And I don't know how you transfer that risk to another organization, either insurance, whatever it may be.
Okay.
But I think that's a cost that you really need to look at.
Okay.
Because as she said,
Yes.
it's a very difficult gas to handle.
Yes.
And may yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the advice.
Thank you so much, Fangai. Any other questions? Carl, happy?
Yeah, I think just from my side, a little bit of kind of the fuel. Have you looked at the fuel cost versus LPG of hydrogen? You know, kind of to the end consumer. I think that's kind of one component that I'd like some insight in. Okay. And then I think, you know, similar to the rest of the judges, I think, you know, the business model needs a clear strategy on actually access to hydrogen. And that's going to need to be quite early on. So it might be quite localized production,
yes.
You know, and I think that could be a differentiator. So that could work. But I think relying on air products is going to be an inhibitor in my view.
Okay.
But yeah, just your view on this fuel cost versus LPG.
Okay. So for LPG, for example, in Zambia, we don't have any crude oil refineries, so we usually import it. But as HydroCook, we plan on getting this hydrogen locally, meaning a cheaper price compared to LPG, which is sourced from outside the country.
Okay.
Yes.
Super. Thank you so much, Gloria. Any questions from your side? Reactions? Happy?
Happy.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Wendy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Help me in thanking Wendy. Perfect. I think we'll move swiftly to the third presentation, and that comes from the first place winner from South Africa, Cameroon. Moses Afopes. Sorry, Moses. I've got two Moses. I jumped ahead there. So first place winner from Cameroon, Moses Afopes.
Honorable members of the jury, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, yellow. I'm called Apopezi Moses, and I work for AgriFresh. My team and I are on a mission to reduce post-harvest losses in Cameroon and across Africa. Imagine losing up to 40% of your freshly harvested produce after harvesting. That's the problem faced by over 1 million farmers across the African continent. Growing up in the Fumbot community in Cameroon, and partly in the Northwest region where farmers are currently facing war crisis, I watched my mom who struggled so hard in the farm just to lose 1/3 of her farm produce after she had harvested. This problem instilled in me the resilience to solve this particular issue, and I carried on the research and noticed that globally, 1.3 billion tons of freshly harvested produce is lost annually, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. In Africa, tomato harvest loss accounts for up to 30%. And just in my pilot community where we're building this solution, that's in the Fumbot community, 4,200 farmers are losing up to 100,000 tons of freshly harvested produce annually. This, inspired by my mom's personal story and wanting to solve this problem faced by so many Cameroonians, I thought and we are developing AgriFresh. AgriFresh is a solar-powered IoT cold storage preservation technology where we're helping farmers do 3 things and do them well. First, we are providing them with a cold storage facility to help them store their farm produce, extend the shelf life of their crop from a mere 5-day period to over 21 days. This time frame now permits the farmer to find potential buyers and sell at prices which are just affordable for them. And then we are providing them a market linkage platform where they get to connect with potential buyers, not just in Cameroon, but across the African continent. Thirdly, we cannot do this without training the farmers. So we have a learning platform, a session on our platform where farmers learn using high-definition videos on how to better manage their crops. Our main value proposition is a 21 days food store, and we're helping farmers earn more from their crop. We're equally helping farmers save more money, contributing to food security on the continent. We are using mobile money service, which I think is one of the best across the African continent, and it's on a pay-as-you-store model. So the farmer pays just the amount of, or the quantity of tomato they're storing. Our innovation, so we're using solar panels contributing to, or promoting circular economy, and we are helping reduce about 70% loss of tomatoes across the African continent, reducing about 16.5% carbon dioxide emission. We are providing farmers with large market access and equally the ability for the farmer to follow up their crop in real time. Our market size, we did the research and we noticed that our total available market size is about 9.92 billion, and our serviceable available market is about 6.25 billion. And for our serviceable obtainable market, we are targeting, or we are projecting to make up to $6,000 a month, which would account, or we should go up to $1.5 million a year. How it works? So first, the farmer connects with us, pays just the sum of $3. We provide them with a space where they get to store these tomatoes, and then after they found a potential buyer, they evacuate from our cold store. And at the end of the day, we're reducing food waste and providing more food for Cameroonians, increasing food security around the continent. How our mobile application works? So after they've stored, we provide them with free market linkage platform where we get to share information about their crops, and they get to connect or they buy directly from the platform. And we equally have a learning management platform where they get to get videos, high definition videos on how to proper manage post-harvest losses. Our business model, so we're pricing just $3 for every 50 kilogram of tomato they store daily, and our monthly revenue is about $1,500. We are projecting to make up to be able to break even in the next 5 months. That's making up to $6,000 after we've built our solution. So for our financial projection, we are projecting to make over 110,000 in revenue for the next 3 years, and we hope, or we believe that with the support which is coming from WWF and MTN, we will be able to make up this amount. At Traction, currently we have $3,000 in revenue since the start of our solution in 2025. We have one cold store we've developed and we are currently testing. We have 98 farmers who are currently adopting and testing the solution, and 90% have validated that the solution is helping. I'll play a video shortly to show you the difficulties farmers are encountering. We've been able to raise some funds because the problem my mom faced. She was able to gather some funds and give me, where I was able to start this business. And in addition to it, since then, we've been able to raise some funds, which we are currently piloting our project. Just as I'm here, we've been working back in Cameroon, my team has been working and sending videos, which I will present to you shortly too. We asked you for $50,000. This accounts for how we're going to spend the money. We're going to, first 20%, we're going to improve our platform, our market linkage platform, to help these farmers sell properly across the African continent. 30% will account for expanding our solution in 4 additional communities. That's in 2 major regions where they currently face war crisis. They are not able to sell their crops in time, and then consequently it gets rot. And then 50% will account for, we want to touch about 500 farmers and attract local and global support across the African continent. Here's how our new solution will look like. It's quite cheaper than the one which we've built, and we believe with the funds which we get from this competition, it can enable us to scale in Cameroon and across Africa. Our environmental and social impact. First, we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. We're reducing food waste by 75%. We are increasing income for farmers, creating more jobs, helping technological advancement, and contributing to food security on the continent. So here's our roadmap. We started in January. We've been able to pilot 1 cold store in Fumbot. And from June to December, we want to expand to 2 additional communities. That's communities where I've grown up and I've faced this difficulty. I really want to be that person who brings that solution to these communities. From 2026 to 2027, we want to do national scaling. We want to scale our solution across 10 regions in Cameroon. And from 2027 to 2030, we want to touch about 1 million farmers across the African continent. We are made up of a dynamic young team who are passionate, and from the fields of telecom right up to electrical engineering and biological plant science, who have over 25 years of experience in these fields. Thank you all for your kind attention. So I would like you all to scan this to view our website and equally the video, some of the videos I was talking of.
Thank you so much. Do you want to play the video now? Thank you so much. Do you want to play the video now?
I did not incorporate the video.
Okay, no, that's fine then. We'll scan and we'll follow your web page. Okay. Super, thank you so much. I'll go straight to our judges. Any reactions, questions? I'll start with yourself, Gloria. Yes?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. A few questions. One is your target market only farmers of a specific crop? Or was that your prototype, but you intend to cover additional crops?
So currently we are targeting...
And I'm not done, sorry. And then the second question is on the impact that you presented in terms of reduction of emissions and other data that you provided. Is that based on the pilot you've started in the Fumbot community, or is that envisioned over a larger number of beneficiaries?
So first, madam, I don't know if you can repeat the first question. The first question, madam.
The first question was the target users.
Okay,
whether
so
it's only for tomato farmers, or is this technology usable for?
We're targeting first tomato farmers because we've noticed the temperature at which we can store tomatoes for a longer period of time. We don't want to start with so many crops and at the end of the day we are doing nothing. So for tomatoes, we've noticed that we can store within a temperature of 5 to 10 degrees Celsius for up to 21 days. And that's the reason why we're starting with tomatoes. And it's not just for a particular community. We are moving to Fumbot first because I'm passionate about that community and I really want to solve a problem which my mom faces. She's currently a farmer. And the whole idea is making sure that each farmer in that particular community don't face that particular problem. So that's the reason why we're starting with Fumbot. We're hoping that with the money from this competition, it can enable us to scale our solution across many other regions, just like the Northwest and Southwest region I mentioned, currently faced by war crisis. At times, they have the crops they've harvested, but now because they can't go to the market to sell so much, or up to 40% of that crop gets rotten. And at times, even in Cameroon today, we talk of import substitution. The president is constantly talking of import substitution for Cameroonians. That's consuming more of what we produce. But at the same time, we are producing more, but we are losing a lot. So this is just a solution which we are bringing to this particular problem. And then for the second question, which was about the tones of carbon dioxide I'm talking about. So for a start, we did the research, we did the global research, and we're asking ourselves how much carbon emission does tomato how much carbon dioxide emission does tomato emit once it's rotten? And so it's just like estimations for the amount of quantity of tomato we are currently storing and preserving from getting rot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Emissions avoided. Okay. Thank you, Gloria. Happy? Yes, Fungai.
For me, just explain to me. I'm a farmer
Yes,
who's got maybe 2 buckets of tomatoes. I come to your yard. I give you the tomatoes. What happens to the point where I get them? Do you provide receipts? Is it the same tomato that I'm going to give you that you're going to give me back? How does it work?
Okay, so you bring your tomato, bring a quantity of tomato you want to store. Be it as we're starting with 50 kilograms because they're smallholder farmers. So they bring the tomato and we have like crates. We wear them in crates and then we store. We put etiquettes. How many is etiquette in French? We put etiquettes like the name to demarcate that is exactly the quantity of tomatoes this person is storing in the cold store. And then once they've stored, now we provide them a market linkage platform. Like we snap the crops, the quantity, and we're putting it on our platform. I don't know if you visited the platform, sir. So we put it on the platform and it notifies the users, notifies people, potential buyers, that this is the quantity of tomato are currently available in stock and that you can buy directly from the coast. And once they've bought, we evacuate from the coast store. And we're looking at, in the future, getting vehicles or getting tricycles who should be able to carry these crops. Because one thing, too, is a problem of transportation. My mom, too, faced that problem of transportation. But we first of all started by building this solution in the farms. We built the solution in the farm. And then we noticed that changing the mindset of farmers in that particular community was difficult. Many farmers have that mentality of just after harvesting their crops, it goes directly to the market. And so it was difficult, and later on we had to just move the solution to the market, try to see how we can convince, and it's been moving over there in the market, at the level of the market. We call it marché vivre frais in Fumbo.
Okay. So there is a structure where farmers maybe can store their produce and they're given receipts.
Yes, they're given receipts.
Yes, and they can actually sell receipts. Do you provide that service as well?
We give receipts.
Okay.
Once they've paid, we give receipts to show that this is the quantity of tomato you've stored in the cold store.
Okay. Maybe the next question is, and I don't know whether you already explained this, how much is it per day for storage?
So in France CFA, we are charging so low because first we really want to see into it that the farmer are able to earn more from their crops. Even though it's low, when we do the financial projections for a month, we are making up to $1,500. So in dollars, we are charging $3 daily for a fee of like they store 50 kilograms, we'll charge $3 daily for every 50 kilograms crate of tomato they're storing.
And what are your margins on that?
My margins?
Your profit.
So the profit we are making, I mean, it's a solution which after you've built, the little you spend on is just maintenance. We are using solar energy, and then means for now, since we're still starting, we are trying to test, and we're seeing probably by the end of this year we'll be able to make exact figures or figures which I can share. But for now, we're still testing and we're trying to validate the solution of farmers soon.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Any other questions from our judges? Akansha? Marina, yes.
Thank you for your innovative solution. I was just having a look at your platform. Just a question around, obviously, being a mobile operator. On the African continent, there's a very small proportion of the population that have access to smartphones. So is your platform web-based? And then would you move to an application? How do you ensure that you don't leave people behind as you continue to evolve your technology platform?
Okay, since we're targeting farmers, the question comes right because the farmers don't have mobile phones. In fact, they don't have the knowledge to manipulate phones, and it's so difficult. If you viewed our website, you notice that we constantly organize trainings in this particular community. And once we organize, we're using our tools like the mobile application to present to them. So at the end of the day, what we're really trying to do is make sure that the farmers, or even I think at this level. Yeah, so what we're really trying to do is we're using their high definition videos, and it's quite easy to use. We even want to move certainly from anytime from now to use SD code, where we just send links and they get to view the videos directly from the platform. But for now, we just have this, and we are moving to App Store and mobile and Play Store and App Store very soon. I'm a mobile app developer, and we've developed several apps of this nature. So we're going to transition from a web app to a mobile app. Currently, it's a web app, and we've incorporated a mobile money service in it, mobile money APIs. Thank you, madam.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions before I let you go? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Moses. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank Moses for incredible presentation. Oh, yes. Perfect. And then now to the other Moses. Our third presentation is from South Africa, Moses Vivinashe. Your time is right here, Moses.
Okay, good afternoon. Imagine a world where every piece of waste has value, where recycling is not just a responsibility, but a rewarding experience that transforms communities. Introducing Recycle X, where we turn our waste into wealth, one scan at a time. Okay, got it. Hi, my name is Moses Runavashe. I'm a passionate I'm very passionate for sustainability and creating impactful solutions. My passion for that led me to the solution, Recycle X. We're developing a platform that does not only address South Africa's growing waste problem, but also empowering individuals and communities to be part of the solution. Sorry about that. Cool. All right, so no, it's moving that. Sorry, I have to go a slide back. Sorry. No, I have to go slide back. Problem. Okay, cool. All right, sorry about that. Cool. South Africa generates over 122 tons of waste each year, and only 10% of that is recycled. Landfills are filling up, and pollution is rising, and valuable materials are being lost to waste. The key issue here is lack of convenient recycling system, insufficient incentives for individuals and your low-income communities. Without a practical solution, this waste crisis will continue to threaten the environment. And therefore, we came up with a solution, Recycle X. Recycle X is a digital management platform, waste management platform that simplifies recycling and makes it rewarding. We use AI-powered waste identification, verification, and sorting to allow users to report, collect, and track their waste. We simply do this by uploading an image of recyclable or scanning the item. The user instantly gets provided details on their recyclability and value. Users scan and add items to their digital recycle bin, track their recycling progress and endpoints that convert into real money or other rewards like airtime and other partnership rewards. We do not just stop at recycling. We also do waste to products, which is essentially we collect organic waste and transform it to compost and manure. Okay, this is a showcase of some of the screenshots of our application that highlights the scanning parts, the recycle bin, and the impact that a user has made within the application. Okay, our platform stands out through its combination of AI-powered waste identification and incentivized recycling, and gamified user engagement. Also gamified eco-education where leaderboards, badges, community challenges, user engage and then drive consistent participation. We do not just do recycling, essentially. We also push your circular economy, where organic waste move to compost. We also have connectivity with recycling companies where user can get their recycle waste collected from their residents. So RecycleX bridges the gap between waste reduction and community involvement and economic benefits. Our solution has potential impact to reduce the amount of waste going to landfills, create green jobs, and drive sustainability in communities across South Africa. By turning waste into valuable resources, RecycleX promotes circular economy, benefiting urban households, schools, businesses, and local farmers. We believe in RecycleX can scale not only across South Africa but globally, tackling the waste crisis one community at a time. As highlighted on the slide, higher recycling compost rates equals to less landfills and lower pollutions. Every household using RecycleX diverts 50 tons of waste per year. In a year alone, 40,000 users in year 3 could essentially divert over, that figure is now closed, but over 40,000, 1,000 to 40,000 tons of waste. And we can also, on the first year, we divert 250 tons of carbon emissions. Social impact. Gamified households, gamification provides opportunity for kids to scan and parents to earn, schools to compete. We have 1,000 youth that benefit from that. 10,000 youth will benefit from that, engaged through eco challenges and knowledge hubs. From waste to work, essentially waste will be creating jobs within RecycleX. As you can see, year 1, we're planning on creating over 35 jobs, and year 2, over 100 jobs. Then our economic impact will be users will be injected about 4.5 million be injected in our local households. Schools fundraise via recycling drives. Manufacturers save access to cheaper recycled inputs. Cities save landfills cost. In South Africa, we estimate 60 to 120K savings by year 2 from 300 tons, which essentially is equivalent to 300 tons. Okay, moving on to our business model. Our financial viability, we're looking to generating revenue through marketplace commissions, essentially 10 to 20% fees for every successful transaction between our user and recycling companies, brand partnerships, premium services, ad revenue, and data insights. We're also looking into monetizing our AI agent model into being integrated on the recycling companies for sorting. And moving on to our marketing strategy, our marketing approach, we focus on raising awareness and driving engagement through social media, community partnerships, influencers, and eco ambassadors. Go-to-market, and our go-to-market plan will be first in the major urban cities in Johannesburg, then expand nationally into South Africa, then regionally into Sub-Saharan. Our ask will be 4,495 rands, which essentially this will help us achieve our vision and further develop our AI capabilities, scale our marketing efforts, expand our waste to production system. This funding will help us move our promising prototype to a fully functional solution that will empower communities. Okay, and sorry. And this is our traction so far. We got the 950 from the regional PachiPanda challenge, and that we've invested into building a complete MVP, and it's ready to launch, just awaiting to confirm the back end or the cloud infrastructure. Okay, and this is a quick demo of Recycle X. As you can see, a user uploads an image, which also, this is the reporting part, enters a location, then submits a report of where the dump site is. Then, as you can see, these are dump site waste that a user could, another user or a collector could go and start collecting. And upon collection, the user needs to upload the image of the before and the after task, and the AI will be able to also determine the type of item, the quantity, and the weight. Okay. Recycle X isn't just a solution, it's a movement, one that empowers people, transforms waste into resources, and creates greener future. Together, we can define how waste is managed and build sustainable world. The time is now. Recycle X is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moses. I think I'll go straight to our questions and answers. Marina, here we go.
Thanks, Asanda. Thank you, Moses, for your innovative solution. Just a question on my side around just stakeholder engagement and community involvement. You've described a platform that appears to need a lot of data and a lot of information. How would you go about engaging both recyclers, off-takers, as well as broader community beyond the digital marketing that you described earlier?
Okay, so Recycle X, our target audience will be the households, so the youth essentially, and this enables us to connect the users to the recycling companies through our platform. They'll be able to use their phone, for example, the bottle in front of you. You can scan that, and our AI will be able to identify, give you some educational information, including the value, how you could actually preserve that waste, and where you could sell it, the nearest recycling company to where you stay or your household. And upon that, you actually need a certain amount. You can't just one bottle. So you need to compile, and you are able to track every recycle item that you've scanned. And over time, the app will also tell you when you're eligible for collection. Then a recycle company can now come through and pick up that the product. So I believe what you're asking about information was the part of the AI, how it understands what product it is and everything. So we've been training our AI based on already existing information. So the images of recycling companies. So there is a company that already has a data set of all the recyclables. And we've been training our AI based, we kind of took already a default AI called Gemini, then we improved that on with our own data and models. So
yes, you're saying that they're going to scan each item. I mean, never in my life have I looked at an item before throwing it away. It's like, it's help me understand. Like, if I want to trash this. The maximum I could potentially do is if someone tells me this is where glass goes, I put it there. Is the proposition that we are scanning each bottle before putting it in, or can your AI eventually be trained to basically look at the full bulk and identify the images and then give a rough estimate of what it's going to give me? Because I think that would be more
Yeah, we
useful, right?
we do have that feature, and that
Mhm.
feature usually applies a lot on the dumping sites, where we are able to identify the type of waste or dump items that are dumped on that site. We are also able to identify the weight of the waste, prediction of the waste, and then based on those, the relevant recycling or collectors will just go and collect those. So you could definitely use the same AI for that type of a multiple item identification. But in terms of when you just want to know how much is this bottle, how much is this can worth, which is usually the barrier for most households to recycling, nobody really knows the prices. Nobody really knows what's the processes of doing that. So just from a quick scan, you can get some information and even more information, educational tips that you can also just go through and rewards on that.
One more question. I don't know if I missed it. Did you list the competitors in the market that you're going to be operating in? Which city did you say you're going to start with?
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are competitors. One that's now the name is slipping my mind. Well, I'll start with the one in the room. We already have Bean. She came third place in SA. But we actually looking into collaborating as well, because they're almost in the same space, but not really the same way of same chain of processing the waste. Then the most popular one that is really prominent in South Africa is the one where you can actually go to a vending machine and add your cans after collecting whatever items, bottles and all that. Then you get like some kind of a voucher from that. But the reason why we believe Recycle X is way better than that is because we are starting from the source, right? And we are able to literally collect and know how much the waste that I've collected and compiled is going to be worth. And from that, you can request for collection from your residence instead of you going to some filling station close by. Not everyone has, and they are not at every filling station either. Yeah.
Thank you, Akansha. Gloria, yes?
Yeah, thank you, Moses. I have a few. One is you mentioned earlier a system of reward, including airtime reward, and that prompted me to think of partnerships. Have you, in your work or in your research, established any partners or companies that you think would be partners in this initiative?
Sorry.
I have a few.
Okay.
Or should we go one by one,
Please,
maybe, to
please.
help
Yeah,
you
so,
remember?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
then go ahead.
Okay, so partnerships we definitely, and looking at one already where we at. So your MNOs, right? Your MTNs for the airtimes, we definitely looking to align with their sustainability goals and partnering with companies like your MTNs, and there are other many manufacturers as well that are looking into partnering with initiatives like this, where they actually manufacture the items. So they would love a system that actually brings back that that waste to them for them to refurbish it essentially.
Okay. All right. Then my second question is on the value of the waste itself, because you mentioned something about connecting with the recycling companies who then determine the value of the waste before people dump or throw.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that there are individuals who are also collecting waste for recycling purposes, and they're not necessarily easy to coordinate or organize because they don't want to be organized. This is their livelihood. Have you considered the impact of this technology in terms of breaking them,
out of the picture,
of their livelihood, and it's an unintended consequence, but have you looked at that in terms of?
Yeah, definitely. We've really thought about that, and the goal as well is not just we know that there's not everyone wants to really recycle and earn the money, but also the application can work as a sorting device or a recycling expert in your pocket, right? So, for example, now many people would have learned recycling at school, right? That the fact that you have to separate your stuff, we practice that here at MTN, classes this here and there, right? And that's for a reason, because the more, when you sort them out, when the waste is not contaminated, it's got more value, right? So that's the goal. If you're an individual that say, okay, I would not wanna, recycle and get it picked up from our house, you can also use the application to sort your waste. So by the time you take out, so here in South Africa, those recyclers, they would come on a certain day when your refuse is going out. Then you can have a different separate packets outside, right, with the specific, separated recycled items. That will make it also easier for them to just come and pick up instead of digging for the items from the garbage bin, which are probably contaminated by that.
My last question, you said 35 jobs will be created in year 1 and 100 in year 2. How did you establish that?
So we're looking into the facilities, right? The sorting of the waste initially when we start, is we start like sorting of the waste once it gets brought in into our because we're looking into building a central recycling hub as well, right? So when specific waste, when you're talking about organic waste, that's another revenue model. The sorting of that waste, that organic waste that we're gonna bring in. So our goal is not to be in the, in your boxes, your cans waste. It's for us, it's more into the organic waste, so we can turn that into product. So essentially, the people that we're gonna employ within that space, that's job creation. We're looking also into job creation, as in more recyclers get into the, more people get into the business of recycling. So we get more people through our app, encouraging more people and making recycling cool and seeing it as a job opportunity to them. So based on the already recyclers, we believe that there's gonna be more that will adapt.
We are out of time, judges, if that's all right. Thank you very much, Moses. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank Moses for an incredible presentation. And that brings us to our last contestant for today, who was the winner of the Nigerian leg. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Osarode Stephen Odiemwinge.
Yeah. Good afternoon, the judges, my fellow participants and guests here. I am Stephen from University of Benin, Nigeria, and we'll be going over biomass transformation. So first off, we'll say, what is biomass? Biomass is essentially a renewable organic material gotten from plants and animals. So 14 days after I won the MTN Nigeria challenge, PachiPanda challenge, I was able to gather 60 kilograms of food waste, 5 kilograms of chicken feather, 35 kilograms of spent mushroom substrate, and 5 kilograms of the Indian almond leaves, Terminalia catapa. It wasn't easy, but I got support from friends, and they took me in their vehicle to where I needed to pick it up, most notably Best. Now, chicken feathers and fruit waste are organic materials. When mixed together, it is possible to valorize them. By valorize, I mean turn them into something valuable by anaerobic digestion. And anaerobic digestion is a process that involves the locking up of organic materials in an airtight container or a space. There's an example on the table. One of the bottles, I just repurposed it quickly. I recycled it, and it has fruit waste from my breakfast today. It has not fermented completely because it takes about 25 days for the process to complete. Once it completes, it becomes like this. But that is how it starts. I went on to produce pellets, and these pellets, notably, were gotten from Indian almond leaves. That is, these leaves, they just fell from the tree, and I got spent mushroom substrate from mushroom farmers. This spent mushroom substrate is usually thrown away by mushroom farmers because usually when mushrooms are grown, they are harvested in like 3 or 4 flushes, 3 or 4 harvests. After the harvest, the sawdust is termed useless and then it is thrown away. But I gathered it, dried, and then process them into pellets. Now, the pellets are also on the table. Combining them with organobrine, I sterilized the mixture, inoculated it with oyster mushroom mycelium. Oyster mushrooms are one of the quite, will I say, rising mushroom stars in Benin City. And we got oyster mushrooms after 70 days. And this was done at a research facility where I was carrying out my master's research previously. Now, like MTN, mushrooms are everywhere you go. And the reason is that beneath this facility, beneath the continent, Africa, there is mycelium web. Mycelium web are these whitish looking things. They grow under the earth. They help to channel nutrients from trees to trees, from plants to other plants. They are essentially the World Wide Web under our feet. If we did not have mushrooms, or if we did not have fungi, which is their family, all the organic material generated would never break down. So imagine having a tree stay for like 40 years. You cut it down, it's here for like 40 years. Imagine all the leaves that fall from trees every year, just piling up. I guess the earth will be full of so much trash that nobody can even move up and down. Oyster mushrooms are also very nutritious because they are full of fiber and bioactive compounds like beta-glucans and flavonoids that help manage inflammation and fight free radicals in the body. Now, in Nigeria, we are very health conscious. One thing a Nigerian doesn't really like or doesn't really tolerate is something that will kill him. If you make it known that this thing is harmful, he tends to stay away from it. Once he sees the evidence, and if you tell him that this thing is actually useful and he sees the evidence of that, he gravitates towards it. Of course, there's the issue of cost, but when your life is on the line, you pay something. You pay something to get something that is useful for yourself. Now, there's a social opportunity here. One is that the provision of affordable and nutritious mushrooms would help the general population. If you eat good food, you tend not to fall sick. If you tend not to fall sick, you tend not to miss work. If you tend not to miss work, your global or company productivity is maintained at a very high level. So through my little initiative, we are pushing people to adopt mushrooms in Benin City and Nigeria at large. Additionally, because we are now trying to sort out organic waste and collect them, we are also contributing to a greener future. We believe that not everybody may be at the same economic level. There's the poor, there's the middle class, there's the high class. But we are encouraging individuals to go into collection of organic waste, recycling, so that it can, one, give them the opportunity to actually earn something by supplying this waste or collecting or sorting it, and then also give the opportunity for people to actually eat nutritious mushrooms from the waste that was gathered. And finally, the recycling of these nutrients in these organic waste will divert nutrients from entering into landfills. Another issue is that when you send nutritive substances into landfills or water bodies, you have problems. For example, you can have eutrophication, whereby something that is nutritious enters into a water body, it begins to produce algae on the top. Once algae starts to grow, you kill virtually every other thing in that water body. So we just prevent that thing from reaching there so that people can actually use it to grow mushrooms, which will be useful for them. There's the market opportunity too. I went around doing some research, asking questions, and I found out that in 1 week, a ton of fruit waste is generated by 20 fruit vendors. This, I just asked some close to my university, and I was able to calculate this amount in just 1 week. And 50 tons of waste is also generated every year annually from farms in Benin City. There's also the generation of 500 kilograms of chicken feather waste. Chicken feathers, because Nigerians love chicken. We really, really love chicken. So the more chickens we kill, the more the feathers keep accumulating. Instead of throwing them away, gathering them, processing them together with fruit waste to give us the organobrine, which is useful for growing mushrooms. And then a 7-man biorefinery will support community development by providing jobs. We believe that this biorefinery will help people have jobs in the refinery and also create external jobs to the refinery. And there's the abundance of various kinds of fruits across Africa. I find that South Africa has a very promising fruit juice industry. A lot of orange and apple fruit waste. If those juices are produced rather for the common man or everybody, the waste can be channeled into growing of mushrooms, which can also still help everybody. Now, something that is very dear to my heart, the new frontier. Research shows in the next 10 or so years, human beings will live on the moon. You may say, that's too far, but it's possible. And China is leading this research. One way to do this is to get fungi on board. Fungi have been alive on this planet for the past 1 billion years. The dots represent 1 billion. Human beings have only been on this planet for 4 million years. The 4 yellow dots there represent the human time span. It means that fungi have existed for a very long time before we started existing. If we take it all the way to the moon, it can help us to actually colonize the moon by dealing with radiation. Financial projections, the value of the global agroecological sector is set to grow from 13.2 billion to 28.9. This is because the World Bank is looking for ways to make agriculture more sustainable. And a biorefinery with a production capacity of 5,000 liters, 3,000 kilograms of sludge, and 6,000 kilograms of pelletized plant biomass will cost us about $50,000 to set up in Benin City. And we aim to recoup this money through the sales of pellets and the old brine, as well as sponsorship from private industry, like space companies that are budding up right now. In conclusion, I want to ask quickly, who knows what Donald Trump will do tomorrow? Anybody? Donald Trump, what will he do tomorrow? Nobody knows. Africa has to find ways to position herself by doubling down on the transformation of raw materials into useful products. The utilization of these byproducts from abattoirs and farms would reduce the environmental impact associated with this waste and create jobs for young people, allowing them to do more tomorrow, today. In conclusion, I'll just end with a quote by Naval Ravikant. He says, "You get paid for being right first, and to be first, you can't wait for consensus." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can keep the mic just for the questions, and I'll go straight to our judges' questions.
I'm going to be quiet. Let's give the other judges a choice. We keep asking.
Perfect. Should I start with yourself, Fungai?
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect.
Just got the slide before this. So is the idea that the payback period is 20 years for CapEx?
Yes, sir. And that's primarily because I'm operating in Nigeria, where mushrooms are still being, will I say, embraced. So I'm not very definite on paying back in, let me say, 2 years or 3 years. But with what we are currently doing, for example, our president has a very ambitious plan to build more infrastructure. He has started, or he's pushing this Eco-Atlantic City and some other big projects. Those projects will attract brands like Radisson Blue, who like to do very fancy and beautiful restaurants in nice places. And those restaurants will most likely use mushrooms in their menu, like they do here in South Africa already. So hopefully my president does that, and it can help me grow the business by supplying to mushroom farmers what they need.
Okay, great. In an event I had the $50,000, what would be my return on investment for investing in your company?
Okay, estimates, conservatively, I'm looking at 5 to 10,000. But like I said, these things are still a little bit sketchy. But 5 to 10,000 in 20 years.
Okay, no, thanks.
Any other questions, Fungo, before we move on to other judges? Okay. Happy. Please go for it, Carl.
Just in terms of collection of the biomaterial, just some of your thoughts on how that should happen and the like, and achieving scale for this plant.
Okay, thank you. Currently in Benin City, when farmers end the season, they usually leave most of their biomass from growing on the farm. Some burn it, some leave it on the farm to maybe rot. So I know some of them who it's possible to get a truck to their location, pick it up, and then take it to a center where it cannot be digested or broken down.
Perfect. Thanks, Carl. Any additional questions? Yes, Marina?
Thank you so much for your insightful and out-of-the-box thinking. It's really great. Just a question around your target market, right? So you've kind of described, that there's a degree of uptake within the country. How would you go about stimulating really a more sustainable, because obviously we want to see your refinery 20, 30, 50 years on. The question becomes, how do you really stimulate this target market that you're speaking about? And do you see any local dishes that includes mushrooms that can help to kind of help create that sustainability in the long run?
Okay, thank you. Currently, mushrooms are being consumed in Nigeria in meals. And although it has a negative connotation because people don't really know the good ones from the bad ones. So I intend to launch, alongside the refinery, a kind of awareness program where we get maybe chefs to come and prepare meals or use mushrooms in their meals so that people can see that, oh, if you eat it, you don't die. Because like I said, Nigerians are very concerned about not dying. So I believe that in doing that in some years' time, people can begin to now adapt to it. And then hopefully the space industry also takes off. I'm very confident that with those two factors, one can scale in due time.
Perfect. Thanks, Marina. Gloria, yes?
Thank you. Yeah, very outside the box. My question is, when you started the presentation, right, there was the bottle with the food waste, and then there were the pellets, and then the mushrooms. What problem were you trying to solve in this journey, and why mushrooms and not any other plant that maybe does not really require to convince Nigerians that they won't die if they eat mushrooms? There are other things I'm sure that they eat where perhaps it would be easier for you to, not even need to convince, but rather demonstrate and scale. So, yeah.
Okay, and this is something, I don't know, I'll give this as a kind of tip to any investor. Nigerians like new things. That's another thing. We like new things. If something is new, if something is unfamiliar, we like it. But like I said, if there's bad publicity from previously, they may be hesitant to go into it. So this particular project was informed by my own personal research project for my master's. I was able to grow mushrooms using human hair, like hair from the head, with sawdust. Mushrooms grew because of the organic contents of these materials. So I now decided to take it further and find out if there are other substrates that could be taken up and used by mushrooms to actually grow. So that is one. Then secondly, the fact that mushrooms are actually nutritious. People don't just know. People don't just know.
Okay. But my question earlier was, what problem were you trying to solve?
So, it started out as I was in a barbing salon, a barber shop, sorry, not barbing salon, barber shop. And the barber was packing so much hair into his dustbin. And I just asked him, what are you going to do with this? And he said, you toss it away and just throw it away or something. That sparked something in me. He just told me, no, don't throw it away. And he was like, why? And I was like, please help me keep for some time. Let me make some findings online and then see how I can turn this into something useful. That's powered my master's project. So when I did that, I now got the idea that, okay, let us shift maybe to chicken feather and see if we can achieve something similar. And it also worked. but it was out of curiosity. So much hair on the ground, it didn't make sense that you would throw it away.
I see one more question from Carl. Yes?
Just chat to us a little bit about the biopellets and what the use of that is.
Okay. Currently, it can be mixed with the brine, which is the liquid solution, and then inoculated. You can add the mushroom seeds.
Okay.
And then over time, the mushroom begins to grow. Let me just show something real quick. Okay. Sorry. I want to go back. It's not going. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes. I just want to show. Just want to show you. Sorry. Okay, good. So the biopellets are this stuff. The stuff in the bag are the pellets mixed with the liquid, and then the mushroom comes out. They are in a polypropylene bag. So the pellets and the liquid produce the mushroom.
Okay. Right, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If there's any no other questions, happy to bring it to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank you so much to Osarode. Okay, perfect. That brings us to that was the final presentation on our first winners of each respective country. I think I'll take this opportunity to take once more thank you to Wandi from Zambia, Moses Afopes from Cameroon, Moses Zivanashe from South Africa, as well as Osorande Odimwinge from Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for very compelling presentations. And that brings us to the end of the first segment, which was the battle round. We are now going to break for lunch for about 40 minutes, and we'll be back here promptly at 14:30. We'll give the judges some time to deliberate, and then we will then kick off with the official awards ceremony. We'll have an opening address, we'll have environmental address, as well as a panel discussion from very esteemed delegates will be joining us. And we'll wrap up that awards ceremony with the feedback from the judges, which we think we are all looking forward to. And then later on in the evening, we will then wrap the event with an informal cocktail event. So I think without wasting any time, I'm standing between you and your lunch. Please do join us for lunch. It's served upstairs. There's a dedicated lunch area. The MTN team members will escort you to the lunch area. Thank you so much. Music.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner, Osarode Stephen Adewinge?
We were very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We were very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We were very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful. The Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along, this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful. The Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along, this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We are very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale!
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Osaro Stephen Adewinge!
We are very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCook, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCoke, where we're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner? Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.
That's my mommy, no day. My baby got my bedroom. My baby.
Next segment of the proceeding.
Gracias.
Munayo musisani Silang mabele Khamangi khomu Tatili pirimi le 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 Bana batswari ki tala batswari ki ramateka Munayo musisani Bana batswari ki tala batswari ki ramateka Munayo musisani Bana batswari ki tala batswari ki ramateka Munayo musisani Bana batswari ki tala batswari ki ramateka Munayo musisani Africa, oh, Africa, oh, Manyoniba, Africa, 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 eh? Africa, oh, Africa, oh, Manyoniba, Africa, 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 eh? Mama, Africa. Mama, Africa. Mama, Africa. Mama, Africa. Mama, Africa. Africa.
Thank you so much to the MTN choir. Let's give them one round of hands of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again. I think as we move on to the next segments, I think it will be very important for me to welcome our new guest that joins us for the afternoon. Please do welcome our honorable ambassadors for our respective countries. I will leave that to one of my colleagues as we segue to the panel to introduce you individually. But for now, please, a very warm welcome and thank you so much for joining us. I think it's also great to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed panel of judges who had the very incredible task of selecting winners from what was a very challenging battle rounds. So once again, thank you so much. Maybe without wasting any time, let me welcome the MTN Group Executive for Sustainability and Shared Value to do the opening address for this segment of the competition. Marina.
Thank you so much, Asanda. You've been an amazing host, and I think it's such a privilege for us to live in a time like this. And I'm just doing the opening remarks on behalf of Nompilo Morafo. She unfortunately had a board clash and couldn't be with us. And I think a warm MTN yellow to all of you, to our special guests, and to our amazing contestants. And I'll stand on all protocols that Asanda has expressed already. It is my pleasure, and I'm filled with such a sense of pride to open the official award ceremony. And today, as I stand here, I'm reminded of the powerful ideas that balance creativity with conscience and solutions that don't just work, but that do good. This is what brings us together today. In my role, I have the privilege of viewing initiatives through a strategic lens, one that considers not just immediate impact, but long-term viability, environmental responsibility, and the well-being of both people and planet. From that vantage point, what we've all built through this challenge is deeply encouraging. This year marks a significant milestone as we host the inaugural Pan-African edition of the PachiPanda Challenge. And I think special mention needs to go to Zambia that first launched PachiPanda Challenge in 2022. And the initiative was one that we saw had such a profound impact that we simply at a group level said we need to replicate this and we need to take it to more and more countries. So what you're seeing today is part of that journey. And we're so proud of the 4 countries that have participated in this contest. And I think what's really important is that this challenge needs to move to more and more parts of this continent. And that's as MTN, as believers, as Pan-Africanists, that is our commitment to the continent, and you can hold us to it. We will take it to more countries. We're so proud to see the young innovators. You come from such diverse backgrounds, yet you're united in a sense of community, in a sense of purpose, in a sense of wanting to do good for generations to come. And for us, it's that ingenuity that we celebrate today and the passion for Africa that we are absolutely incredibly proud of. Looking at all you young innovators, I am going to say the cliche thing, having been one of the judges, that it was extremely hard to choose winners. Because for us, you are all winners. You each came with unique solutions, and not solutions that are abstract, but solutions that are from the ground up. And we are so extremely proud of each and every single one of you. For us, you'll continue to inspire us to find, and especially our group president and CEO often speaks about bringing hope, dignity, and opportunity to Africa. I'm pleased to testify that it's Africans that are bringing these digital solutions for Africa. And today is a testament of that. So I think today, in closing, we're going to continue to build on this momentum as we draw learnings, as we look at the purpose, as we continue to enhance and evolve. And for us, it's really the energy that inspires us, your courage, your commitment, and building a better, more sustainable Africa that drives us and then will make us continue to invest in the youth and in the people of our beloved continent. And as I thank you, I'm going to leave with the encouragement to say, let your innovations shine, because Africa, our beloved continent, is eager and waiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marina. I am now going to welcome the head of business development from WWF South Africa to please deliver an environmental address, and I believe this will be a virtual delivery.
Hello, team. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I wasn't allowed to pass on my germs to you. All protocol observed, but special welcome to our government partners, to the fantastic MTN and WWF teams, and most importantly, to the incredible young innovators who've made this a really wonderful competition across the continent to follow and be part of over the last couple of years. On behalf of WWF and MTN, it really is an honor to welcome you to the launch of the inaugural Africa PachiPanda Innovation Challenge. It's been a groundbreaking, youth-driven initiative for climate entrepreneurship on the African continent, and we really need to see the growth of the blue and green economy across the continent to create jobs and deal with some of the big environmental and social challenges that we jointly face. This challenge is a powerful reminder that the youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but are also the change makers of today. As climate change continues to disrupt our lives and livelihoods, it's the youth who really are rising to the occasion, advocating for action, driving these kinds of innovations, and building truly sustainable solutions for their communities through innovations such as these we're about to speak more about during the course of the program. This occasion is also a timely reminder that young people are truly the catalyst to change and deserve a more prominent seat at the decision-making table, a seat created by business, a seat created by civil society, and a seat created by government. And hopefully these continued partnerships can create more and more opportunities for young voices to be heard, and for their businesses to grow and flourish. The growing interest by young people from participating countries to be part of this challenge is a sure sign that the target audience resonates with our mission and also understand their role in pursuing environmental sustainability amidst the climate and nature loss crises that we do face. To remind us, the challenge is a call to action for youth aged 16 to 35 and youth-led SMMEs. We've been looking for groundbreaking ideas in renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, water and sustainable transport technologies that will continue to power Africa's transition to a greener, low-carbon future. We also recognize the importance of external engagements and key strategic partnerships, as demonstrated through the competition structure, which offers a platform that brings together not just the young innovators, but also policymakers, various corporate partners, financial institutions, and development actors to support, invest in, and we hope amplify these youth-led climate solutions. Climate change hits our youngest people hardest, from shrinking the economic opportunities that are available, to creating food insecurity, to also driving issues around lack of access and lack of availability of clean water. Therefore, it's been really encouraging to see a crop of young, action-driven innovators who are passionate, informed, and ready to act. To the MTN and WWF teams, it's a job well done to have assembled such an incredible group of young people and the solutions they've created. We know at a continental level we've not been spared. Africa suffers some of the worst effects of climate change, threatening our economies and livelihoods.
No, I understand. I'm following.
And in response to this calamity, as responsible corporate citizens, MTN and WWF have collaboratively created this platform for future leaders to showcase their solutions. As we launch this first ever edition of the Africa PachiPanda Innovation Challenge, we celebrate the spirit of collaboration and unity, and we hope to take it forward into the future as well. WWF and MTN remain committed to nurturing a climate-smart generation of people ready to lead Africa towards a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive future. Together possible. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the program, and congratulations again to the incredible young people who will inspire us into the future.
Thank you so much. Technology. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much to Justin. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please just one last round of applause for Justin, and as we welcome our next speaker for today, it is, if you please help me welcome another virtual dial in, it's Mr. Moses Vilakati, who is joining us from the African Union. He is the African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, as well as Sustainable Environment. Please put your hands together whilst we wait for Mr. Moses Vilakati to address the room. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Vilakati, can you hear us?
I can hear you very, very well. It's as if we are like here in Addis, my brother. Thank you very much for getting this opportunity. Distinguished guests, partners, innovators, finance, and friends, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to join you at this milestone occasion, the grand finale of the first ever Africa PachiPanda Hello, am I still audible?
You are.
Oh, okay. This is no ordinary gathering. This is a celebration of African. Yes, but more than that, it is a call to action. And Africa's greatest solutions will not come from outside, but from within, from our own soil, our own ideas, and most critically, our own people. It therefore gives me great pride, personally and institutionally, to stand with you today as we spotlight the ingenuity and resilience of African youth, and as we commit collectively to doing more to scale the kinds of solutions that speak directly to the challenges and aspirations of this continent. The African Union, through Agenda 2063, envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. This vision is not abstract. It is underpinned by concrete priorities, many of which are squarely reflected in the ideas we have seen emerge through PachiPanda. The transformation of our agriculture and food system to ensure food security and eliminate hunger. The sustainable development of rural economies where the majority of our people reside. The protection and strategic use of our natural capital from forest to farmlands, as well as coastlines and oceans. Also, the growth of a climate-resilient blue economy, and above all, the full participation of youth and women as equal partners in development. Africa PachiPanda is more than an innovation challenge. It is a platform that gives form to these aspirations, connecting the local to the continental and the grassroots to the policymakers. And as a commissioner responsible for agriculture, rural development, the blue economy, and the sustainable environment, I see in this initiative the kind of bold, creative energy that we need to shape solutions that are African in identity and global in relevance. Our climate reality, ladies and gentlemen, demands bold innovation. Let us speak plainly. Africa is warming faster than the global average. We contribute the least to the global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we suffer some of the most devastating consequences of climate change. This is not a distant problem. It is here. It is now. In East Africa, for example, we have seen severe droughts, crippled agriculture and water supplies. In Southern Africa, increasingly erratic weather patterns threaten biodiversity and livelihoods. In the Sahel, desertification is advancing, fueling instability and migration. Yet also, our coastal and island states face rising sea levels that endanger homes, the ecosystems, and the economies. Climate change is no longer just an environmental issue. It is a developmental crisis, a security concern, and an economic imperative. And so, while Africa may not be responsible for this crisis, we must lead in responding to it. We must respond with solutions that are context-specific, that are affordable, and even scalable. The innovations we have just witnessed through PachiPanda, which I went through, and thanks very much, whether in climate smart agriculture, whether they are in aquaculture, in ecotourism, regenerative farming, waste to energy solutions, or even digital tools for resource management are exactly the kind of responses that we need to scale. But I must emphasize, we cannot leave this to the youth alone. They are showing us the way, but we as institutions, as governments, as development actors, we must build the road. We must create ecosystems that nurture innovation, not to stifle it. Systems that reward risk, fund experimentation, and scale success. So from pilot to policy, the scale-up challenge is now. Too often, we see promising innovations remain at the pilot stage, celebrated at conferences, but unable to cross into the mainstream. Why? One is due to lack of access to finance. Two, limited infrastructure in rural areas. Three, inadequate mentorship and technical support. Four, weak policy frameworks that do not accommodate non-traditional approaches. We therefore must address these constraints head on. But if we are to build the Africa we want, an Africa that is food secure, climate resilient, and economically dynamic, then we must bring these innovations to scale, and we must do it now. As the African Union, we are committed to creating that enabling environment through instruments like the Green Recovery Action Plan, which promotes low carbon development pathways, through the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy of 2022 to 2032, through the Blue Economy Strategy, which seeks to unlock sustainable ocean-based industries, and also through the Malabo Declaration on Agricultural Transformation, which guides our vision for food and nutrition security across the continent. These are not standalone documents, ladies and gentlemen. They are frameworks that must be activated, and that can be activated through the kinds of local, practical innovations we are witnessing today. The youth dividend must also be realized, not just discussed. Colleagues, we often speak about Africa's youth as our greatest asset. And it is rightly so. We are the youngest continent on earth. Our youth are not only digital natives, they are resilience natives, shaped by struggle, yet defined by hope. But hope is just not enough. What young people need and deserve is a seat at the table, the tools to build, and the space to lead. Africa PachiPanda therefore represents all of this, and that is very, very gratifying. It creates a new narrative, one where our youth are not waiting for opportunity, but creating it, not begging for inclusion, but leading with vision. So as the AU, we must do our part to ensure that this platform and others like it are not just once-off events, but part of a long-term, systemic effort to mainstream youth-led innovation into our national and continental developmental agenda. Therefore, there is a need for a call to action. To the finalists here today, you are all champions, and indeed you are champions. Your work reflects what is best about this continent: ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. Whether or not you take home a trophy today, know that your journey has just begun, and it matters. To our development partners and private sector allies, we call upon you to deepen your support for platforms like PachiPanda. This is a huge opportunity for you. Let us move from small grants to long-term investment. Let us fund not just the ideas, but the infrastructure and systems that allow those ideas to flourish. To our governments and regional bodies, please embed these innovations into your national adaptation plans, into your development strategies, your youth employment programs, etc. Let us build pipelines between ideas and institutions. And to all Africans who are watching from Lagos to Johannesburg, from Lusaka to Yaoundé, let this moment be a reminder: the solutions we seek are already among us. All we need is to champion them. Let us scale them. Let us trust ourselves. And in conclusion, Africa PachiPanda, it is not just a showcase. It is a signal, a sign that the Africa we want is not only possible, it is already being built, one page at a time. And so on behalf of the African Union, I congratulate all those who made this moment possible, from the organizers, the mentors, the partners, and most especially the youth innovators. Let us not let this be the end of a journey, but the beginning of a movement. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. Those were indeed encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now leads us to our next segment. I will hand over to my colleague, Dominic Khumalo, who will facilitate a panel discussion that I think at the back end of the Honorable Commissioner's words talk about securing Africa's environmental future. So please do welcome my colleague, Dominic Khumalo, and you will introduce the panel.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if His Excellency is still on the line. Can we show him on screen if he's still on the line? Is he not? But yes, Excellency, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clear.
No, thank you so much.
And I can see you also.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I want to take this opportunity to once again, on behalf of MTN, extend our congratulations to you on your recent elections by the heads of states on this critical and important role in the AU. I think your opening address provides a powerful introduction to a most important panel that we're going to have around collaboration, sovereignty, innovation in navigating global uncertainties. And I think it's very much important that Africa needs to start defining its own environmental future. Thank you so much, Excellency, and I hope this is not the last time we see you here again. We hope that you'll come and visit MTN headquarters in the near future. Thank you so much, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, as Asanda has alluded, my name is Dominic Khumalo, and I have an honor of moderating this critical conversation titled Securing Africa's Environmental Future, Leadership, Sovereignty, Sustainability in a Shifting Geopolitical Landscape. I think, Excellencies, we find ourselves, or Africa finds itself at an intersection. On the one hand, we hold immense biodiversity. We, hold precious earth minerals and also a youthful population. But on the other hand, we're facing, global pressures to decarbonize, increasing geopolitical competition over our resources, and also ensuring that we protect the communities that we come from. Now, this panel brings together, ladies and gentlemen, the most influential voices across government, private sector, and also civil society. The question before us today, and these panelists will answer it, is not just what we must do, but how we can do it together and ensure that Africa provides its own solutions to pressing environmental challenges. On the panel discussion, we have His Excellency Alexandra Ajayi, Nigeria's acting ambassador accredited to South Africa. I'm not sure if he's online already. Not yet. Okay. We then also, I'd like to also invite the head of sustainability from FNB, Carl Burham. I hope I pronounce your surname correctly. I'd also like to invite our Senior Vice President, Mr. Asante. Ebenezer Asante is our Senior Vice President online. Yes? Yes? I'm not sure to the technical team. Is it? Yes. How are you, SVP?
I'm fine, thank you, Dominic.
Good. I'd also like to acknowledge the delegation from Zambia, led by Mr. Vincent. His Excellency could not make it here today. So I think it's going to actually be a dialogue between the SVP and Carl. But we are definitely going to make sure that the High Commissioner from Nigeria also joins this conversation. Mr. Carl, I want to stand here so that I can see you and the SVP online. SVP, perhaps let me start with you, since we are the host of this important occasion. Now, how is MTN using its partnership to boost sustainability and environmental leadership in Africa, especially now with the uncertain geopolitical developments across multiple regions?
Thank you very much, Dominic. And good afternoon to colleagues and participants of this very important event. Earlier on in the morning, I listened into some of the presentations and I said, wow, with these young people presenting such fantastic ideas, indeed, Africa has a future. And I hope at the end of the day, not only those who will win, but also everyone having the determination and the courage to take their ideas forward. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And Dominic, to your question, let me break it into two. One is the way MTN does business in the continent and how it impacts on environmental sustainability. And two will be the element of environmental sustainability as part of our strategic ambition as a business. MTN today is built around the belief that says everyone deserves the benefit of modern connected life. The essence of modern connected life means that we want to shift people away from most of the brick and mortar manual way of doing things into an era of automation, an era of digitization, and an era where digital economy drives everything across the continent. Bearing in mind that this continent lags behind, and there is a lot that needs to be done in terms of productivity. And hence, MTN's contribution is to be able to bring this digital inclusiveness to promote the way businesses are run, the way individuals interact and learn and get information and education, and even transact, as the case may be. So just look at it, the way we do business is such that the more we take people out of the manual system, paper system, and make it more and more autonomous, more and more paperless, more and more digital, the more we also contribute through our operation to environmental sustainability. So this is things that we do as part of our operating model, even before we look at some of the very conscious strategic decisions that we've taken as part of the Ambition 2025. Highlighting the operating model also, even as we drive more people into the digital ecosystem, we need to be mindful of efficient and sustainable energy usage, because this would require the investment in digital infrastructure. And these days, one of the things that is revealed is that digital infrastructure also comes with very huge energy demands. So even as we transition and help the economies and the continent also transition into the cyberspace, we also need to be able to do that in a way that is very efficient in terms of energy and the environment. And that takes me to the deliberate effort that we make as part of our strategy to be able to handle issues such as these. We are determined as a business that by the year 2040, we should attain a net zero mark. And through this, we have Project Zero as something that we look up to, and we have made clear commitments, not only to ourselves internally as a business that we drive with clear strategy and programs, the way we deploy our cell sites, the way we impact the environment, taking a holistic view of our supply chain, looking at it also from our vendors to ensure that all this will contribute into a net zero plan by the year 2040. And this, to me, is a more exciting element, which also adds to even the way we do business. And here we are looking at elements of energy sustainability. We are looking at site for the future plans and programs. And we are looking at how we do that within an ecosystem, including our partners and involving the community and society and government to take it to the next level. So Dominic, in essence, from MTN standpoint, this is the way we believe we can partner to contribute meaningfully to sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SVP. I think FNB is not a stranger to a lot of people in the room. I was in Nigeria and we had R&B there. FNB is also in Zambia as well. Yeah. So FNB is very well known across the continent. So I want to find out, how's FNB scaling its private funding for youth eco entrepreneurs in Africa, considering the geopolitical dynamics that are happening over the world?
Yeah, so I think for us, and I think before I dive into the conversation, I just want to say thank you to MTN and the PachiPanda team for the opportunity for us to get involved in this great initiative. It's been an absolute great 2 days, and just judging today has been an absolute honor with the passion and the excitement from every one of the contestants and submissions that we had the honor to judge today. So I think that is what drives us actually as FNB to participate and to actually play a role in making that change, and how can we help every one of our clients. I think for us, if we dive into a little bit of the landscape, is I think and as we chat through the panel, Dominic, I think we'll get to some of the detail of what we intend to do as FNB. But I think let's talk about the macro picture a little bit. I think first and foremost for me is that Africa really has the opportunity to write its own script. And we could see that come through today in that our needs are vastly different to that of, I think, the rest of the world. So we're solving for African problems with African solutions, which I think is commendable. But even on a larger scale, we've got the ability to harness things like our rare earth minerals and change our economies from resource extraction to a value add economy, which I think is about time, to put it quite frankly. I think the second aspect that is interesting for us, sitting as effectively a bit of a hub of the financial market, is that there's a lot of capital that is looking for a home on this topic. The problem that we have is not a capital problem; it's a connection problem. In the state that we are struggling, and I think international investors are struggling to connect with the solutions on the ground. It's the connections haven't been made, and so solutions like SunFunder are interesting solutions in digital tools. But it also talks to how we can partner with funders like the IFC, with things like IFC Magic and other programs that are out in the market that can deliver these solutions. And so I think despite these changing flows and all the politics, I think for me something that always resonates is that financial returns and local needs outweigh politics, hands down, every time. So I think we should steer ourselves away from a political mindset and actually ground ourselves in what is the financial return, what is the impact that it's making to the local community, and the finance of those solutions kind of follow that throughout. So we can chat a little bit further, I think, Dominic, about exactly what F&B sees as what's needed in the market. But I think it's good context, particularly considering the global kind of scene that we're sitting in at the moment, to just chat about the macro picture as it stands.
Yeah. I'd like to also for you to probably elaborate more on the partnership you just alluded to, and whether or not these partnerships transcend over South Africa and to other operations as well. If you could elaborate on those partnerships, that would be great.
Sure. So some of these partnerships do transcend geographic boundaries as they do. Otherwise, in certain circumstances, like in Zambia, there are actually specialized partnerships that we roll out with development funding institutions and other funders that actually cater for local needs. So it does vary on a regional basis, although we try to standardize where we can.
SVP, can you still hear me? I think we've lost the SVP. SVP, can you still hear me? No? Okay, I think I'll stick with you, Carl. One of the things that I wanted to find out, and probably the room is more interested in, is that how can F&B help, de-risk youth-led green investments in Africa to drive both impact and also return? Or the SVP is back. But shoot, and then I'll go back to the SVP.
Yeah, so I think...
Sorry.
No worries. I think we can chat to maybe kind of, I think, two of the challenges that we see in the space. And I think the first one is really a maturity challenge. So the first maturity challenge that we face often as a funder in this space is really about a bit of a lack of track record for many of the individuals and businesses that apply for funding. I think that is a challenge that is not unique to South Africa or unique to Africa. It's a challenge that is a global one, but is more felt in our scenario. And I think that's where we and the team chatted about it yesterday, is how we can assist with things like financial literacy and actually bring track record, I think, a little bit forward. But then in the same vein, we can say as F&B, we lack maturity in a certain circumstance, is in the sense that we lack the expertise and understanding, and we're not always agile enough to respond to some of these businesses that are at the coalface of solutions and at the coalface of the problem. So as a financial institution, we need to do better. And then I think just something that also came through in the judging is the impact measurement challenge. That the impact measurement in the sustainability space is so critical. And my colleagues on the panel will resonate a similar view. But how we measure that as a funder is equally challenging. So it's a significant one that we do need to look at. But I think to more directly answer the question, Dominic, in terms of how we are responding and need to respond, is firstly, we're investing in the space. So similarly to MTN, we have a program called Shared Prosperity and a link to Shared Value, which is really about how do we, as First Rand, so it goes across just the F&B and RMB brands and Westbank brand, but it goes and it talks to how do we as a business deliver societal change at scale and also profitably. So that's called for a lot of investment. And I think our ask to the financial institution market across Africa is that the sustainability market is big enough now to warrant investment. It's no longer time to just do stuff at the side of your desk. So and it goes probably to all corporates. And then I think our product sets need to shift. So we need to think about, risk assessment differently. So we can't just look at financials. We've got to look at how do we utilize data and other sources of information to make risk assessments, to do that. And DFIs are a great partner in helping us bridge that gap. And then I think we've got an ability to do more than just traditionally what banks do. And that for me is really about how do we become a mentor in the space and actually handhold these youth entrepreneurs to deliver the solution and to scale their solutions. And this is effectively like an advisory service. And then I think for us, going back to that point I made around networking, we can be that network of funding into the market, and also tie in that together with a partnership, framework in a sense.
Thank you so much, Carl. Back to you, SVP, with beyond Ambition 2025 in mind. I just want to understand, how can MTN support Africa's sustainability goals and also push for environmental autonomy? We can't hear you, SVP. I'm not sure if the technical team can assist up there.
Hello, Dominic.
Yes,
Dominic,
we can
hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. No, I was saying that earlier on I could hear you, but it took some time for you to hear me. I wanted to put on a jacket because of the background so that the white does not fade. Yeah. So look, MTN support again can be re-emphasized in few ways. We have chosen Africa, just like other multinationals who are based in the continent. Africa is our home. And with Africa as our home, we also take our environmental stewardship with all seriousness. And it is for that reason that net zero attainment is, for instance, part of our long-term strategic goals. And this is tracked all the way up to the board level, our group, and also the commitments that we have made to our investors, ethical investors, for that reason. So we do not only talk about it, but we also have demonstrated clear commitment and wired it around the way we do business, as I earlier on indicated. So we don't need to do anything different, because we believe that even if we do and apply our minds very well to the business model that we have, we are still able to deliver in a way that attains sustainable future. In addition to the very nuanced strategies that we have also incorporated as part of our Ambition 2025. So we remain one of the major advocates for sustainability from the digital technology point of view in the continent. And we do so by also ensuring that every single market that we operate in has very credible practical programs to ensure we are not only talking, but we back it with clear actions and deeds. So you take a market like Nigeria, where we have launched our 5G network, working with partners over there. We are using technology to support the initiative around climate change, around flooding, around disaster management, etc., etc. When you hear of any new technology being launched, like 5G, we should not just look at it in terms of the commercial mileage, but we should also look at it in terms of what it enables us to do, whether it's the AI side or even the cloud computing side. AI, cloud computing, and digitalization, they all have energy and sustainability components. For instance, the ability for you to keep track of your energy level, energy efficiency, and also optimize your usage of energy is enabled these days significantly by technology, i.e. using the 5G home automation and tools, amongst others. So We want to be seen and known not only from the point of view of the advocacy that we make, the championing that we make, but also in terms of the deeds. In markets like South Africa, we have also launched a 5 megahertz solar farm, something that we want to learn from to be able to replicate in other markets. Other operations are even looking at EV as a solution, amongst others. But the more we also go into some of these initiatives, the more we want to ensure that we do not save at one end only to just give it up on the other end. So if you are championing more automation, if you are championing more digital enablement and digital inclusivity, if you are championing more usage of digitalization and AI, and you are also going into digital infrastructure investments amongst others, how do you also ensure that at the end of the day, what fuels all these investments, energy, etc., you also have sustainable solution in there. So it's a 360-degree ecosystem approach, working with our partners and working with nation states and working also with multilateral institutions, amongst others, is what we believe, and let MTN make that contribution within the ecosystem. Dominic.
So much, SVP. One of the things that were mentioned by the AU Commissioner is private-public partnership, but there are trade-offs that countries face from economic growth versus environmental responsibility. From FNB side and also from MTN side, what do you think some of the policy imperatives should be to also strike a balance between, environmental sustainability and economic growth at the same time? Maybe if I could start with FNB.
Yeah, so I think for us in how we think about particularly sustainability and the offerings and excuse me, and how that impacts our clients, it's really about, and it came through actually in the panel as well, is in terms of the regulatory environment in which not just we operate in, but anyone in business operates in, is regulatory certainty, particularly from a sustainability perspective, is fundamentally important. And we can actually point to the case study of South Africa and our challenge of load shedding. And in terms of, as soon as regulatory certainty began to become introduced, and we removed some of the regulatory caps of energy, it incentivized significant private investment in energy, with over 6 gigawatts of small-scale embedded generation. That's residential homes and commercial buildings being powered by rooftop solar. To give you an idea, that was done more than any of the government back program at the time. So regulatory certainty for us is probably the most important aspect from a pure investment in sustainability. And then I think, in terms of driving change, regulation and again, regulatory certainty is fundamental, in the sense that if the IFRS S1 and S2 standards, as an example, are adopted, that drives change and drives adoption within the countries that it operates in. So I think the use of regulation as a tool to enable private-public partnership is exceptionally powerful, and if it's used correctly, can create significant positive impact across the board, from grassroots to large-scale infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you so much. SVP, do you want to jump in there?
Yes, Dominic. So look, let's explore the PPP angle, for instance, for a moment. There is the element of the PPP that may be in-country specific. There is also the element that may involve multi-sovereign, including even multilaterals, like the World Bank, IMF, and the others. And I think it's gotten to a stage where, to be able to balance the need for growth, and here when we talk about growth, it is corporate growth it is nation-state growth, GDP growth as well as revenue growth and profitability growth amongst others. To be able to bring about that congruency, some investments may be required to back the environmental sustainability in a way that will not just be PPP within country, but may also be a multi-stakeholder PPP at the regional level, etc., etc. An example, to be able to power the nation-state growth agenda of digital economy, it will require very huge investment in digital infrastructure like data centers. Are we going to later such A-class data centers in every single country? It's not possible. The economic case will not be there because you know the way Africa is so fragmented. So it should be possible for such collaboration and cooperation at the multi-nation state level, so they can come together and put investments behind some of these infrastructure, but also ensure that the infrastructure has sustainability elements, okay? Because they have a skin in the game. And then private sector operators like MTN, because we are also driven by our own strategy, when the nation states are ensuring and pushing for sustainable digital infrastructure at a mega scale, which will serve a region rather than just serving a single country, we are able to ensure that we balance growth with sustainability. So for me, it is not competing ends, really. The other thing that we also practically do is, if at a corporate level you look at growth, you look at growth in terms of the innovations that we do to differentiate ourselves and to take the services into new markets, into new spaces. You also look at growth in terms of the new customers, many more customers that you bring onto the network. And for existing and new customers, you also look at growth in terms of higher usage. So you have new products and services, a dimension of growth. You have more customers coming to the network to use it, a dimension of growth. And then you have even the existing and new customers using more of the services in terms of usage, another dimension of growth. So this 3x3 dimension of growth, how do we ensure that whilst we are driving customer acquisition, usage, adoption, as well as making our innovative services prevalent across the continent, this usage that also comes with huge demand for products and services that are also environmentally impacting, like energy. We must also have a say in addressing that issue. So I spoke about the example of, for instance, MTN South Africa investing in the solar farm in Johannesburg. That is a classic example, okay? Because we are mindful that as we grow and the need and use of data also grows, so will energy consumption grow. And that energy consumption that is happening in individual homes, we must be equally accountable by ensuring that there is a balance to attain the goal of net zero by 2040. There is also the vendor ecosystem that we work with. Vendors like Huawei, like Ericsson, the equipment design and the solutions that they give us. One of the critical requirements is sustainability. Even the procurement that we do, we just don't look at the technical solutions advancements and then the commercial benefit of the solution they are providing. There is also the element of environmental impact, and you score for that. So environment also is part of the procurement mix in selecting vendors. And because of that, these core vendors, in their own design thinking and planning, they factor this element because they know that the more you serve that need, the higher your chances of doing business with MTN, amongst others. So there is a bit of partnership at the vendor layer. There is also being mindful and conscious of the impact of growth and ensuring that you complete the loop and the cycle, and also working within the multi-nation state environment to ensure even the macro agenda also drives sustainability.
Thank you so much, SVP. I want to take 4 questions. One from South Africa, one from Cameroon, one from Zambia, and one from Nigeria. And then I'm going to close off with giving the panelists just 30 seconds of closing reflections and reading what the ambassador of Nigeria has sent to us. Time. Okay, 2 questions. 2 questions. Going once. Going twice. I think, yes.
Thank you. Hello, thank you. The question is directed to FNB.
Yes.
FNB entered the Zambian market and grew very fast within a very short period of time. And one of the factors that we saw, the dynamism in the market was such that you used a lot of digital platforms. You were one of the first banks when you enter through the bank to apply for to get an account open. By the time you are leaving the other door, the account is open and you go with your card. Now, that same agility, is it possible for you to also empower the young people that have got innovative ideas, that are looking for capital, for you to embrace them in such a manner that turnaround is fast if everything else has been put forward, these being the bankable documents and everything that you require? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Kyle?
Yeah, thank you. I think, that sounds like FNB. I just sounds like our way of operating as a digital bank, and it's the same blueprint that we actually used in South Africa to win the market. We've applied that obviously in other markets, and it has been very, very successful. I think in terms of our ambition and the like, it certainly is that is to deliver, and it's not just to just this topic. It's to any entrepreneur, any business owner, any individual. It's really about how do we help make that dream a reality. So help really changes everything, and it's why we do believe in that. So I think a commitment for us is first and foremost is that service comes first, and we'll work on the turnaround as quickly as possible if all the information is there. But I think furthermore, it's not just about if all the information is there. It's about stretching our appetite and stretching our comfort zone as a financial institution to do more in the social space, such as affordable housing. Is how do we lend to those first-time homeowners? How do we do more for these eco-entrepreneurs with brand new ideas that are potentially untested, and consider things like carbon credits in the revenue model and actually take that into account? How do we do more by partnering with the likes of the World Bank and the African Development Bank and other development funding institutions, and providing risk sharing facilities so that we can provide more capital into the market? So I think the work is really for us just starting now in terms of how do we do more in this space, in the sustainability space per se. I think we're still learning a lot, but we've invested in the resource, not just in South Africa, but across the African continent to deliver these solutions at scale and profitably, not just for ourselves, but for the countries that we operate within.
Before I give it to the SVP to give just his last remarks, the acting ambassador of Nigeria was unable to join, so he sent a message. That's how committed Nigeria is, and that's how we committed to Nigeria. We hope that PachiPanda Innovation Ideas will become a continental project that will help to identify talents, develop critical minds, and set a pace for African technological advancement, particularly in helping countries define solutions. We are looking to see challenges turn into possibilities through innovative solutions developed by PachiPanda and identification of entrepreneurs that could change Africa's narrative in a monumental, life-changing way. Thank you so much, Ambassador. SVP, last words from your side?
No, thank you very much. Just the encouragement I want to give to the participants of PachiPanda, not to just make this a contest, but also a culture of sustainability, and infusing it into their business model and the way they win and make a difference. And I believe with that, then they will all be joining the portfolio of sustainability advocates and partners, people who really believe in it, to be able to make a difference. So that's the first call and encouragement that I want to give. And the second one, more or less, is to all of us who are in this business of driving top-line sustainable growth. These days, it is not just interesting and fascinating only to grow and grow profitably or grow competitively, but it's also important to grow sustainably. And where sustainable growth is not just your ability to grow long-term, but also your ability to grow and carry the society with you on a long-term basis. So it is also both a challenge and a reminder to all of us that even as we play our part to deliver the short-term and medium-term targets, we remain focused and mindful of the need to do so in a sustainable fashion. So thank you very much for this occasion and opportunity to bring sustainability back into the center of things. Appreciated.
Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you to Carl. Thank you to the SVP. And over to you, Asanda.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Get the music going as we go into our next segment. That was a very insightful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the fun stuff, and I think the room just needs a little bit of sound as we get to the award part, which I think our contestants are eagerly waiting to know what the judges' outcomes are. I think before we hand out the awards themselves, may I please invite one of our esteemed judges, Fungai Masuna, who is the Chief External Engagement Officer for WWF Zambia. I think we were just keen to see or hear some of the judges' feedback before we hand out the awards. Mr. Masina, I'll give you 5 minutes just to give us a couple of reflections that came from the judges.
Good afternoon once again. Sorry. Good afternoon, guys. All right, thank you. Quick feedback. So number one, we believe that most of the proposals that were heard were very bold, creative, and had transformative ideas. And that only proves that Africa is not just the future, but it's now. We heard from you guys, we heard from proposals from renewable energies, agri-tech, digital solutions, and social enterprises. So your innovations remind us that Africa is still the greatest resource. And this is why we have you here. Now, just to you, the African innovators, the PachiPanda innovators, thanks for rewriting the narrative. You are solving local problems from with global relevance. We heard a lot of, I think some told us about their mothers, how they've been impacted. I think that was great because it gave a certain touch. We've heard about how you worked around circular economy, the filth, and how you're making it into money. That was great. We heard how we are going to walk on steps and make electricity. I think that was great. We heard how we could just amplify education and as well as ensure that we have platforms that will enable us to have code storage. Again, that was great. We believe that from these sessions, we will have the next M-Pesa or Zipline. Then, I'm coming there. Or we may have, actually, what we are seeing here. I think we've heard from the discussions we had, we've heard how big MTN is, and they are able to handhold you, or they intend to handhold you for some time. I will leave that for the MTN to say, because I may commit to things I Yes, but obviously, look, if you look at the growth of MTN itself in Africa, it's one of the biggest brands, and we should appreciate them more. And besides, we need to give them a hand. I'm just looking at my time. Yeah, but again, I think most importantly, and I would want to just put the judges, all of us, we had a tough time. It was one of the most difficult endeavors we had to endure today, because you all very great. And I must say, I've heard this a lot. No one is a loser here. You are all winners. And just remember that if you don't get a prize today, it just means that maybe someone has heard your idea. There are a lot of people here that are looking at ideas that they could actually finance. Where is Carl? I heard him talk about how the bank is trying to help. So let's put him to task, right? Yeah, so you've got 12 ideas to work with. So you've had this opportunity, which most other youth do not have. So use it. After this, talk to Marina, talk to me, talk to Sophia, talk to anyone else here who can help you improve, refine your ideas. This is just the first step, guys. This is just the first step. Or let's say second, right? Because you won Zambia and wherever. But yes, this is your second step, but there are a lot more steps ahead of you. And I'm not going to say this is going to be easy for you guys. It's never easy. But also, it's through your endurance that you're here. Persistence has made you come all the way from as far as Nigeria, Cameroon, to South Africa, just to come and present your greatest ideas, your great ideas. Let's make more. Let's do it more, because Africa deserves it. So with that, am I supposed to invite the other judges? Okay, thank you. I would have loved to do that, because that's the greatest part, right? All right, no, but thank you very much, and we really appreciate every one of you. You've been great.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musi. I think the better yet part is inviting the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go into our award ceremony segment of the session. Perhaps I'll just take a few minutes to just recap on the process itself and how we would run this segment. We had the top 3 delegates or top 3 contestants from each country sort of battle out earlier on today. So the number 3 winners from Cameroon, Nigeria, South Africa, as well as Zambia had a pitch, grilled with a couple of questions, of which a 3rd place winner would be announced today. The same happened for our 2nd place winners as well as our 1st place winners. Now, to announce the winners, I'm going to ask a judge, one of our judges for each round. For the 3rd round, if I can please invite Akancha to join me on stage to announce the 3rd place winner. I announce, okay, perfect. Right here. When the winner is announced, may I ask the winner to come to stage, accompanied by the OPCO lead or the MTN OPCO representative, as well as the country ambassador that is present today, as well as an MTN group leader I think we've got Numpilo in the room. Either Numpilo or Marina to join us on stage. Okay. While we wait for the envelope. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Marina. The results are independently assured by EY, Ernst & Young. I got an envelope earlier. I wonder if this is it. Okay, perfect. Whew. If I could get a drum roll from the back. I think my requests are very ad hoc, but nonetheless. I'll start just with a little bit of a description and then I'll announce the winner. Essentially, the winner for the third place is a great solution that deals with major health challenges, leveraging the existing vaccination system, product, and that has potential to expand for cold chain supply for vaccines. I think we all know who this is. It goes to Jean Blaise for Wise Cool, all the way from Cameroon. Thank you so much and congratulations, the Cameroon. To announce the second place winner, I'll ask our second esteemed panel of judges, Judge Gloria, to join us on stage. I think very similar protocol. When the winner is announced, may you please come through the winner, as well as the OPCO MTN team and the ambassador for the country, if present. Okay, music. Okay. Should ask for light as well. For second place, it goes to Olabisi Rafutu Odingwenge for Sasplo. If I can ask Carl, who we've put to work today quite a bit from judging to panel, and now your final task is to hand over the award for the final winner, which is the first place winner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this was a battle amongst the guys who won the national challenge, and for the person who takes the prize for the first, or we'll call it the Africa Leg Challenge. I don't know if I should go through the description because it makes it quite obvious, so I think I'll go straight to the point and announce the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me congratulate Moses Ofapezi for Agric Fresh all the way from Cameroon. Okay, congratulations once again to Moses. Moses, I'm going to ask you to please join me back on stage. Thank you. Moses, I think it's just going to be, we're not going to put you under pressure. Though we would hope that you prepared a winner speech, because everywhere. Just a few words, how you feel, and any words of thanks.
On behalf of Team Cameroon and to everyone who has supported this journey, it's not been easy from the ideation right up to trying to build a project. I remember we were called just like a week ago when we were in Fumbot, this particular locality where we're building this project. I live kilometers, I live in Yaoundé, the center region. I travel kilometers to a village where I face the problem to actually solve that problem. And so we were just called, and I felt like I just told my aunt who lives in that area that this is an opportunity for us to leverage on, and that we should never be scared, we should never be afraid to try. And I was like, I would travel to Douala and take on this challenge. Before I knew it, I emerged the winner in Douala, like for Cameroon. And here am I today with this prize. And to every young innovator here in this hall, I want to just encourage you that no matter where you are today, right, you should just be focused. You should be consistent. You should take feedback from others. It's not about like having this challenge today, having this award today. It didn't just start today. I had several failures on my own journey, and it's from those failures that I was able to build. And today I'm receiving this award. So I want to thank MTN, thank WWF for giving us this opportunity to showcase our ingenuity and equally present what we have to the world. Thank you.
Not so fast. If you can just stand right here. I think through MTN spirit, And not just MTN Spirit. I think all the sort of the judges as well as the speakers mentioned that you are all winners. So all the participants do not leave with empty-handed. So may I ask the rest of the participants who were competing for the first place, I think that will be Moses from South Africa, Nigeria, and Zambia, to please join us on stage, and then I'll hand a little gift. I'll do the same for the second round and then the same for the third round.
And I believe in past life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the dope. See many people there outside where they feel man's oh no, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph Yo. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get if I want it. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want the happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I get for the night. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I get for the night. FNESSC, if you be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take us serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you so much. I'll also invite the guys who are competing for the second place to please join me on stage. I think that is Cindy, Barnabas Olabisi, our winner from Nigeria, as well as Ishmael from South Africa. Super. Thank you so much. And then I think our last batch, the guys were competing for third place. I'm going to call Jean Blaise to join us again on stage, who is our winner from Cameroon. Joining Jean Blaise would be Ebenezer from Nigeria, Keleto from South Africa, as well as Samuel from Zambia. Please do make your way on stage. Super. Congratulations to all the winners. It has indeed been a very, very exciting day. To bring us to a close, may I please invite the mastermind and the lady that you all know because you've been talking to her throughout the organizing of this challenge, Ahista Hussein, who is our Senior Manager for Environmental Management at MTN Group. Very welcome, Ahista. Would you please conduct our closing remarks, and congratulations for a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm supposed to be back office, but sometimes you never know. So good afternoon, everybody. Wow. The past 2 days has been an incredible shared journey. This is our inaugural Africa PachiPanda Masterclass, and the spectacular finale has filled me with optimism. I do believe that protecting our only livable planet is now truly possible. Looking back at the vibrant energy of the past 2 days, it was truly inspiring to witness the growth, innovation, and dedication that's unfolded. Our innovators have mastered new techniques, developed groundbreaking ideas, and fostered remarkable spirit of collaboration. Your minds are exceptional, and my God, you guys are tough negotiators. You really, really made me work. Your ideas have demonstrated to us how innovation can be leveraged for social impact, economic growth, and environmental stewardship. The Africa PachiPanda Challenge finale that we've just experienced is a testament to your hard work, creativity, and passion. The skill displayed was truly exceptional, a powerful reminder of our boundless potential within our African youth. While this is a competition, please know you've all gained invaluable skills, perspectives, and connections. And as you know, or may you not know, all the finalists do walk away with 3 months post-competition support because we want to see your businesses survive. Your dedication. We'll talk about the payment process afterwards. You learned about cash flows yesterday. Your dedication to tackling local environmental challenges has been truly inspiring. We're deeply grateful for our esteemed dignitaries, our MTN senior leadership, for their presence and support. The knowledge shared by our expert facilitators has been invaluable, and I extend my sincere gratitude for their generous time and guidance. A special thank you to our invaluable partners at MTN. Your commitment has been instrumental in the masterclass and making this a reality. A particular thanks to our OPCO partners and MTNers. Without you, this would not have been championed in market, and you've worked tirelessly to bring this to fruition. And of course, our group MTNers, you are the enablers. Your vision and dedication has made this inaugural event possible. And most importantly, to the participants, your active engagement, enthusiasm, and unwavering commitment to environmental challenges has been truly remarkable. You are the heart and soul of this event. Your passion fuels our collective future. The future of a sustainable Africa rests in your hands, and I'm confident that you will continue to innovate and inspire. As we look to the future and the importance of the environment, let us remember that the earth is not ours, but rather a treasure we hold in trust from our children. May your passion continue to burn brightly and wander the world responsibly. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ahista. That brings us to the end of our formal program. Ladies and gentlemen, we are serving cocktails. There is an informal and an informal networking session. Our cocktails, Ahista, is just right outside where we had our lunch. We will follow the MTN group who will lead us to our cocktail hour. Yeah. Oh, yes. If we can just get one last group picture, I think if everyone can make their way on stage, and then Jay, I'll hand over the mic to you to direct us for the most perfect picture. Okay. One, yes, please. If we could all just make our way to the front, one last picture, and then I will release you to cocktails.
WWF and MTN launched the Africa PachiPanda Challenge to empower SMEs and youth to create sustainable solutions.
And really what this program seeks to achieve is to encourage SMEs and youth to develop tech-based solutions to really address environmental challenges.
And you actually give them that sense of self-efficacy. You're empowering our next leaders to be forward-thinking and solutions-driven.
I represent HydroCocoa. We're fostering an innovation called the hydrogen. It's the hydrogen-fueled gas stove that will reduce dependence on LPG and biogas. Now that we've received the prize money, we'll use this as investment to grow our business and fund the creation of a working prototype and take our innovation to the next step.
Nigeria PachiPanda PachiPanda Challenge 2024 Grand Finale.
Our vision is to see a world where waste is transformed into wonder, empowering a sustainable future.
Can we all make some noise for the overall winner, Stephen
We're very excited and our partners have been wonderful, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, and they have partnered and journeyed with us along this course of action.
Thank you so much, MTN.